Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Barry Community Blast Encore. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me is Jag. Jag, my friend, it's been an Overwatch esports winter, but now we are coming out of the other side. Things are starting to thaw out, and I cannot tell you how excited I am, and I'm hoping you share in that excitement.
Absolutely 100%. And I feel like this meme has been beaten to death, but we are so back. And I feel like right here at the Barry Community Blast, this is going to be the start of a lot of prosperity in the Overwatch esports scene, a lot of great players, a lot of great teams that we're going to be seeing today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. I'm super excited. I got to be here for the first Barry Community Blast back in 2022. Here we are now for the Encore, and everyone loves the Encore. That's what you've been waiting for, and it's going to be here for day one.
Absolutely. And listen, this has been an ongoing thing, right? Last weekend, 40 teams were duking it out to be able to have the chance to be here tonight, starting off in these playoffs, but only 16 were able to weather the storm and make it all the way here. And so let's go ahead and take a look at how the format for this tournament is going to be going and what we're going to be looking at this weekend, Jag.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are on stage one, day one. We've got a few winners rounds, but as you mentioned, let's back it up a little bit before that. We did have 8 groups with those 40 teams. Only the top 2 made it out of each of those groups, so we'll be seeing that top 16 today. It'll be the winner of one group, the number 1 seed from one group, against the number 2 seed of another group. So there might be some favorites going into this match, but the matchups, but you never know. There could be some upsets as well. But yeah, today we'll be seeing the first 2 rounds of the winners upper bracket and then the lower bracket rounds as well. So some teams, we're going to be saying goodbye to them pretty early after a very grueling schedule just to get into the playoffs, but let's go big or go home, right? That's why they're here.
It's go big, go home. And obviously, when you're thinking about it as well, an entire weekend ending on Sunday for a massive prize pool of $4,000. Jag, I'm telling you, you're getting the wheels turning. Overwatch esports is starting to feel the heat once again, and the levels of passion that are coming out of all of these teams are going to be shown in full force this weekend. And my word, like you said, there's potential for upsets, there's potential for a lot of things, and we're going to find out all of that and more so tonight and how the storylines are going to be unfolding.
Absolutely. And the $4,000 prize pool obviously is a great thing to play for, but it's not only that, you're playing for pride, you're playing to get noticed, I think, more than anything else. With the announcement of that Overwatch Champions series that's coming out very, very soon to North America, this is the time to shine. This is the time to get noticed. If you weren't in the Overwatch League previously, this is your chance to really prove, hey, I can hang with the big boys. I can, beat them. I can be better than them. So this is a scouting grounds, a proving grounds, if you will. But of course, that prize money is still going to be the sweetest deal at the end of the rainbow.
It really is. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the maps that we're going to be playing on, the map orders, as well as the game modes that is going to be happening. And Jag, here's something very interesting that we're going to be starting off with tonight. Usually we get control into hybrid, into escort push, so on and so forth. But tonight we're starting off with Flashpoint. This, to me, is just going to shake things up massively, I feel like.
It does. I would say Control is probably the closest game mode to Flashpoint in terms of how you play it. I mean, you're playing over a neutral objective and trying to take it over, but this is a much faster paced mode. I mean, these points, they took up progress so quickly. It's like 2 to 3 fights and it's done. And especially considering that the first round is only going to be a 1st to 2, this could be all or nothing, really. You lose that first map, you're going to be at a huge disadvantage. You're already 1 foot out of the door of the upper bracket. Then you're down to the lower bracket where there's no more safety nets. So starting out on the right foot is going to be super important, and considering that there's only 2 maps for Flashpoint right now in the game, you don't have a lot of options. There aren't a lot of things really to play around here.
No, and even more so when we're looking back at some of these VODs, right? We haven't had anything really to point to when it comes to team composition. So right now, teams are just feeling things out. What works best for them? What do they feel the most comfortable, and how they approach these different situations? And Flashpoint is going to be a litmus test, so to speak, of what's been going on in these time off from professional play. And so moving forward into that, Jag, I think we've been talking a lot about the teams themselves, and now I think it's time we take a look at how the bracket has been going, or how the bracket is going to be going leading into tonight. Like you said, 16 teams, the top 2 teams from 8 different groups. have all come to here, and now we get to look at all of them in their glory.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a bracket. I mean, looking at it right out of the gate, I think Timeless is the team I'm looking at as the team to beat. #1 seed in the entire tournament, had a very flawless run throughout their group stage, only dropping 1 map overall. But there are some names here. You know, if you've been in the contender scene for a while, if you've been a tier 2 fan of Overwatch, there's going to be a lot of team names that you probably seen before. Susasnoo, Bonzi Buddies, Pirates and Pyjamas, Amplify, 2 teams we're actually going to see very soon. And then again, Timeless, Obsidian, with 2 teams in the bracket. Rift, who have been coming into their own as a newer organization, who have really should have been calling all heroes. There's a lot of names they'll recognize, but not only that, there's a lot of names on these rosters that you're going to recognize as well.
Absolutely. And so if you want to join in on the conversation, if you want to show support to your favorite team, well, go up, load up x.com, formerly known as Twitter, and type in hashtag BCB Encore. We'll be displaying the tweets throughout the entire broadcast. So show your support, show your love for your team, and you may just have a chance, Jag, to be shown here on stream. But I think the time has come finally to talk about the 2 teams that we are going to be seeing playing tonight first, and that is Pirates in Pyjamas versus Amplify Gaming. 2 teams that we have seen time and time again in the contender scene, now wanting to prove themselves out here in the Barrier Community Blast Encore.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 2 names that have been around for quite a while, but these rosters are going to be looking vastly different from what you might have seen previously. Both these teams actually recently competing in Flash Ops NA. One of these rosters looking somewhat similar. The other one is completely restructured. We'll get that in a little bit. But I just got to say, it's really, really cool to kind of see you know, these organizations that have existed for so long in the scene now getting a lot more recognition, getting a lot more visibility with tournaments like this. And Pirates and Pyjamas is that roster I was talking about that has a more similar roster. They have quite a few members actually returning. Chronic, Stone, Strider, and Z-Man were all part of NA Flash Ups, so they did get to finish top 8. They did make it into that playoff bracket, so that was a very big accomplishment for them there. But they're also bringing in a few new members, a few new pieces to the puzzle that hopefully will be able to get them across the finish line, and just only in top 8, but a little bit farther than that.
Yeah, and even just looking at what they've been able to do here, right? Sitting at 3-1 during their group stage. So being able to make it that far and being able to put themselves out there, really showing what they are made of. Pirates and Pyjamas. Now we take a look over at what Amplify has been working with, and I think this is where things are really going to start getting interesting, because we're talking about familiar names. Well, here are some really big familiar names.
Absolutely. You've got 3 former Overwatch League players in Wub, Cal, and Dongman. And I think the big thing here is that these are all players that had their time in the league, but maybe didn't reach the highest of heights. You know, some of them were in that last season specifically. Wub, I think, was a prodigy for a long time in contenders who didn't really get to quite shine when with the Paris Eternal, but they have looked absolutely phenomenal through that 4 game series they had, or 4 games they had in the group stage. They only dropped 1 map overall, and that was to Rift. Everything else was flawless. And I mean, they've just won a lot of events. Like, this roster as a whole, they've all won events all over the place. We've seen members like Cal and Cuffet that were in the World Cup, didn't win that, but Sawhill, part of the last 2 rosters that won Calling All Heroes Majors. Bo won the 2023 playoffs and 23 homing and Collegiate of Northwood. So everyone has won at some point in their career. They just haven't necessarily won the big one just quite yet. And while this tournament is going to be just one stage in their careers, this could be the start of getting to that big one along the way.
Absolutely. And then even more so, what they've been able to do here, just in this tournament alone, right? 4-0, undefeated, dropping at most 1 map against the teams that they've gone up against. I believe 3 in total. So much talent, so much skill involved in this team, and I'm really interested to see what they're going to be able to put forth throughout the entirety of this book. Been saying it a lot, potential for upsets, anything can happen, and that's what makes this so much fun to get back into, and that's what the beauty of Overwatch esports is, and once again, why we are so hyped to have it back in force once more. But we're getting closer and closer to that match start. We are having that first map of Flashpoint currently being decided, either New Junk City or Suravasa. And you know, you talk about, right, Jag, when it comes to how these teams have been playing, the formulations of what has been going on in the meta, right? We have a new hero in the form of Mauga. We had that new map, Samoa. A lot of different things have been going on in Overwatch since we've last seen it in this professional setting.
Yeah, I think generally what we saw was that teams were preferring Saravasa over New Jung City, just because I feel like New Jung City has a little bit more high ground you have to play with. It can be a little bit funky with some of the map design, where Saravasa seemed a little bit more standard. Usually you're playing on an objective that isn't kind of split between different levels of the map. So teams have just generally gone for that. I think the biggest thing is that we've seen, I was watching a little bit of the last chance qualifier for Calling All Heroes last week. I was seeing a lot of different variety in comps, which is why we're not exactly sure what the meta might be. But for the most point, we saw a lot of Junker Queen on Flashpoint. I think a big part of that is that she's self-sustaining. She has her shout, which gives health not only to herself, but to her teammates, as well as a bit of a speed boost momentarily. So I think because of that, we talked about how quickly Flashpoint plays. That is why you play a Junker Queen. She's got great survivability. She can get her teammates into places quicker. They can run at their opponents a lot more. It's very brawly. So I do expect that to be more of the name of the game, at least for this map type. But we did see a lot of Wrecking Ball as well. We saw some Wrecking Ball Pharah compositions, which I hadn't seen in a very long time. Very Shanghai Dragons back in 2020. So it really could be more of a preference of teams and just what they like to play versus what might be best for the map type.
Exactly. It's the Wild West, it feels like. Anything is pretty much going. And again, that's why we're going to be having so much fun tonight. Now, Jag, listen, we're sitting up here on the desk. We're casters, we're professionals, but we gotta put our thoughts out there on who is going to take this first game, this first series between Pirates and Pyjamas and Amplify.
All right, well, if you got to put me on the spot first, I always like rooting for the underdog. I talked a lot about what Amplify has and what they maybe haven't accomplished, but you got to look at Pirates and Pyjamas. These are players that have been in the Tier 2 scene for forever. I look at Zolik in particular, who has been in contenders for a very long time. In 2020 with, what was it? I believe it was like Third Impact, was winning contenders then. That's a long time ago. So if there's any time to shine, this is Pirates and Pyjamas. These players, they have this stage. They could be on this pedestal. They could really prove themselves. With all that, I'm going to say Amplify Gaming.
Jag hit us with pulled the rug right out from underneath us at the last second. Jag, I love your thought process when it comes to Pirates and Pyjamas. I love, you hyping them all up. I'm also gonna have to go with you though on this. I'm going Amplify as well. Amplify just has such a tenured roster when it comes to experience, when it comes to playing at the highest of levels. Sure, the achievements for what we've seen out of this team, out of this org, hasn't been the greatest, but this is a whole different look for them, a potential way to show up in force, especially with OWCS looming around the corner. And so now, chat, we've made our predictions, and so now we ask you to go ahead and start making your own predictions of who is going to be taking series number 1 between Amplify Gaming or Pirates in Pyjamas. We've made ours. We say Amplify, but chat, maybe the secret formula. Casters are quite frequently wrong. I hate to say it, but sometimes we curse things. So go ahead, let us know what you think. Jag, like tonight, this evening, anything can happen, right? It's that's what's great.
Yeah. It is, and I mean, I really want to root for Pirates and Pyjamas because these are players that I've, followed their careers before as a fan, as someone who is trying to get into the scene myself. So I do have a lot of faith in them, but Amplify, as a whole, just they have the better record, even though they've had less time together. We mentioned it briefly before that, this was a partial rebuild for Pirates and Pyjamas coming out of Flash Ops. This is a complete rebuild for Amplify. They actually had a completely different roster for NA Flash Ops back in December. It was more of a collegiate-based roster. Now they've brought in all of these players who have a ton of pro level experience. Like Tier 1 experience is something that's very hard to be able, you just can't ignore it, right? Like that's something that's so different than playing just in contenders. Unfortunately, there's just so much more that you get. There's so many more resources you've had in your career through all of that. And while that isn't necessarily going to be the only defining factor here today, I do have a lot of faith in the players that they have to be able to get the job done. This could be a very close series, especially considering that it is, again, only a first of 2. I could easily see this going 3 maps, but Pirates and Pyjamas, they are just the underdogs, and that's even more reason for them to have a reason to win. That's more just, they've got everything going against them, so there's nothing really, there's no pressure, and that could be the best way to play when you aren't expected to win this.
Exactly. Well, We've stalled long enough. We've kept you in anticipation long enough. What is map number 1? Well, we only had 2 choices, and this choice is going to be Suravasa. So our very first map, the first of what could potentially be a 3-map series, is all going to be taking place here with Suravasa. And again, this being Flashpoint, the first map, the first game mode, really giving these teams that like a different wrench being thrown into the gears and how they're going to adapt to these situations, right? Are we going to be seeing that Junker Queen comp coming out once more? Do we want to have that sustainability? Do we want to have that speed? Or are we going to be seeing something different, right, Jang? A lot of different questions, and Flashpoint, great way to start asking those.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of answers given to us very quickly of how quickly this game mode plays out. And that's the thing also, you lose 1 point, it could be pretty detrimental to the rest of the map. With how fast these fights play out, if you use an ultimate a little bit, out of place, maybe you try to force a fight when you've already given up the point, when you're already down a few members, it can be devastating going forward. Ult economy is going to be the name of the game here because of how quickly this game mode plays out. The team that isn't able to keep them in the bank long enough, they could be the ones who are down 0-1 very early on.
Right, and then you also got to think of when you want to make your way over towards that next flashpoint when it starts to activate. You got to start thinking ahead. You got to start planning ahead. Is it really worth to come back and try to do another team fight on this point, or do we want to be the first team there so we can set ourselves up to potentially be able to take this and entrench ourselves in there? This is what makes Flashpoint such a fun mode. The different ways that you need to have that strategy on the fly, right? It can't just be sometimes set in stone, and especially with the random nature of when the points are going to be activated and when we are going to be seeing them. Teams that have that forethought, that have that in the back of their minds on how they approach this map when it comes to positioning, when it comes to where they need to go next. And of course, when the ult economy, like you've been saying, so very important. And I love the fact that Flashpoint is going to be our first game mode. And then you move on to hybrid and push and how those are going to work a little bit more standard. Tonight is going to be a night of epic proportions when it comes to the storylines.
Absolutely is. And just going back to Flashpoint really quickly before we get into this, I think you brought up a great point about when to go, where to go. Rotation is going to be the name of the game outside of that ult bank and keeping that healthy. There are so many times that I'm playing this game mode in competitive and I just see someone run out of spawn, tries to go immediately to the point, and they get caught out in a rotation by the enemy team, and they're just in a 1v5 and there's no way for them to survive that. So teams, they have to play discipline. They have to make sure that, if you lose a fight, you spawn first, you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait for the rest of your team to get there, then you all run together. There's strength in numbers, especially in a Junker Queen comp. You're playing very brawly, so you're trying to stick together and then focus on a target who maybe is overextending or out of position on the other team. So I think we're gonna have to see which of these teams is able to just, keep their ducks in a row a little bit better. But as we see the map finally loading in, we're gonna see our first taste of action tonight. Round 1 in the winner's bracket. Pirates of Pyjamas versus Amplify Gaming, and I am so ready for this to get started.
I am ready as well. And a reminder to all out there who are watching right now, if you want to see your tweets on screen, go over to twitter.com, x.com, type in hashtag BCB Encore and start rooting for your favorite team. We want to see them on here, and we want to see the passion put forth once again in the Overwatch scene that has been missing for quite some time. But now we're about to get into it. Another 20 seconds to go, and we're seeing a familiar look out of Amplify. Pirates in Pyjamas, though, giving us that wrecking ball.
Yeah, I mean, I would not commit to that yet. We're going to see the Ramatra, so different variation of Brawl, going to be very much centered around the Maywall from Stone, trying to catch someone off, and then Strider's going to go into their Nemesis form, try to punch someone to death. Meanwhile, Amplify just going to have that Symmetra for a brief second, going to swap immediately back to the Sojourn, so they got to be very careful with Amplify. They're definitely going to try to cut someone off with the Dragon Knife, try to maybe throw them forward, and then that's how the team focuses them down. But the Maywall from Stone, I think that's going to be really the major difference. If it hits, if it cuts someone off, that could be a huge fight win for Pirates and Pyjamas very early on. But if Amplify is able to kite it, if they're able to speed around it, could make no difference. Or even if they just don't play it in the right place, could actually put them in a disadvantage.
All right, it's looking like Pirates in Pyjamas are going to be the ones to make their way onto the site first, start slowly ticking upward, but Amplify not going to give them too much of an opportunity to go much further than that. Doomed on the low ground, trying to go into the backline, looking for a squishier target. The Immortality Field needing to be expended, and Doomed meeting their doom. This is going to put Amplify in a rough position, having to back away. Neither team really going to want to try and duke it out any further. Pirates in Pyjamas are going to be taking this first capture of the flashpoint.
Yeah, great Immortality Field, and Kuffa actually has to have the Kiriko teleport to them, caught in trouble. That was also going to be the Suzu being committed early, so that Immortality ability offline for just a minute. Pirates in Pyjama, they've got great positioning of the point right now, and Amplify, I think they're struggling to find a target to go onto. And it's, you know, there's no one really you can jump on, unfortunately. Even with a Jackknife, if you land it, a lot of these characters on the side, of Pirates, a lot of these heroes have sustainability, and Stone just able to find a nice headshot onto Wub.
This is going to keep things wide open for Pirates in Pyjamas. Z-Man already built themselves up to the amplification matrix, and now pumping as much damage as they can. Cal expending their ultimate, but not really able to find too much out of it. Amplify already down. Wub wasn't able to get what they wanted out of that, and Pirates in Pyjamas just continuing to tick upwards.
Yeah, continue rush offline. That's a big ultimate down, but that's going to be the Rampage. A bunch of members hit by that. And even though there was a sound barrier, Pirates in Pyjamas, they decide not to commit that, but they commit instead the Ramatra ultimate.
Yeah, they're going for the Annihilation, and it seems to be holding them on long enough, but Donghung walking right in, waltzing and dropping the beat. A safety net here, but it's not going to be safe enough to protect Kuffa. Pirates in Pyjamas, even with some of these disastrous results, are still recovering, but Doomed may be able to turn things back in their favor. No, Zolik holding on to their own sound barrier seemed like it was going to be good enough. Doomed finds one, but the damage is still being done by Pirates in Pyjamas.
Even though there is some damage being done, Amplify, they took control of the point about halfway through that fight, so they've actually gotten up to 50% now, which is huge considering that they are at an ultimate disadvantage. They can lose this fight, potentially recontest it, depending on how badly they get staggered. Pirates in Pyjamas, they still have the ult advantage. They have both their DPS ultimates online, and again, I've talked about Stone a lot, and this May. I think it really comes down to that ultimate. It's got to lock everyone down, and if you can just get a few members in that freeze, get a few of them easily offline after that ultimate hits, then it's going to be a free fight win for them. But they're taking a lot of time. They've actually given Amplify, they've let them pass them in point percentage captured.
All right, we're going to see if this overclock is going to be able to find what it needs to. Doomed, caught inside of the Blizzard, but not long enough. Thankfully, Chronic's aim is there to bail them out in a fight against Wub. Not quite good enough to take out Kuffa, but they are low, getting the heal from Cal. And it seems like Amplify, playing the patient game for so long, they give it up to Pirates in Pyjamas. Point, they're still winning out in the numbers advantage. Strider seeing Dong Hun there, but really how much they're going to be able to do as Amplify still firing on all cylinders, pushing themselves right back into point, and it's looking like this is going to be going to them.
Amplify, Doom gets 3 back-to-back, and that is going to be the first point going their way. And boy, was it a doozy. Back and forth, back and forth. I thought Amplify was at a huge disadvantage, but I think Pirates in Pyjamas made a mistake. They used the overclock first instead of the Blizzard, and there was just some great plays from Amplify to be able to bounce back from that, even though Wub used their own overclock and didn't get much value. Now, they've got good positioning, and they have a blade at their disposal. We're going to have to see how Amplify decides to initiate this.
And Amplify is already on that site. They're already putting forth the effort to prevent Pirates in Pyjamas going from too much further. That Rampage, so beautiful, but Strider has the Annihilation again. Doom sees this as the opportunity to go with the Dragon Blade. Sees their target right there, but a little bit too greedy. Chronic safe in the corner, thought they were gone, but now we're seeing them rise and shine. Pirates in Pyjamas, looking like it was going in the way of Amplify, pulled it right back to them.
We're seeing Lucio players here being very, very cautious with their sound barriers. I'm not sure if they had it just when the Ramatra ultimate came out, but if they did, not using it could have been a big mistake for them. They give up the first point capture, 30% now and counting for Pirates in Pyjamas, and I mean, they have it now, so they could use it to try to initiate the fight, but Pirates in Pyjamas, they're getting very close to some of their own ultimates. Z-Man, in the meantime, swaps the Moira, but immediately taken offline.
That's going to be a huge pick for them. Amplify may have been able to find their opening there, and that opening just continues to get wider. Chronic finding one shot, but look at how low Pirates in Pyjamas is pretty much across the board. If you find Stone, you sneeze on them, they're pretty much gonna be gone. And that is all they wrote here for Pirates in Pyjamas. Amplify gonna be able to take the point, not before Pip got to 77%.
And Amplify flips this on its head. And they were going into that with 0 ultimates. They had very low charge too. Now they've got 3 Pirates and Pyjamas, only going to have 2 of their own. Even though they were able to stall for quite a while, a good play from Stone to be able to get into the block, just able to stay on the point for a little bit. They're actually at a huge disadvantage here. I think the big thing right now for your Pirates and Pyjamas, you just try to force Amplify to use as much as they can. Even if it's not necessary, you just try to make them use ultimates, make them panical, so that way you have an advantage. But you lose one, you do at least get the Kasune rush.
Yeah, Kyle's gonna bring us into here. Chronic always putting forth a lot of these headshots, trying to keep Pirates and Pyjamas in the fight. And now Zolik popping the beat. May be able to be good enough here, but Kaffa, the aim is just so good on their side. The Jagged Knife hits, Zolik pulls him right back into the axe. Now we need to see Pirates and Pyjamas fighting it out on sight. But the rest of the team that are alive here are just hemorrhaging numbers, and things are looking beautiful for Amplify.
Said that Pirates and Pyjamas, they were the ones who had to force ultimates out from Amplify, but I feel like it was vice versa. Amplify, they got everything out for Pirates and Pyjamas, are going to take the point. No one else can contest, and that's going to be 2-0 going into what could be the final point here on Suravasa. It looked winnable for a moment. Pirates and Pyjamas, they actually had a nice sound barrier to stabilize, but Kuffa was able to use the Rampage after the sound barrier had already hit, so that temporary shield that is built up, it was just depleting over time. A few members fell very low. Zolik fell themselves. And now Amplify, alt lead, huge lead on these points captured. And they could just run away with this. They could take it to the bank depending on how this next fight goes.
Doomed, what are you doing? You're gonna be sneaky like that, waiting to use the blade. In it goes. But the targets are scattering. Pirates and Pyjamas do not want to let Doomed get away with bloody murder. Strider making sure to play it safe, popping the Annihilation, and it seems like safety is going to be given over to them. Amplify slowly taking their way up, but with the numbers out of their pocket rather. Pirates and Pyjamas looking so much better. The wall going up, trying to slow them down. Wub now overclocking, looking towards more targets. Pirates and Pyjamas are going to be getting this point, but Wub is fighting back as hard as they can.
Yeah, this fight is all over the place. There are quite a few members still alive from Amplify. They gave up that first capture, but they are taking point possession now. And I mean, right now, you're seeing Pirates and Pyjamas, they're on the back foot. They cannot recontest if they commit the Coalescence, but it's going to be the Rampage as a response.
It's going to be the Rampage's response. Chronic even used Overclock, but found no value out of it whatsoever. Stuck inside of the wall room, but back up to full with a Kitsune Rush. Kuffa is ready to bring the heat, ready to bring the pain. Perfect timing on the axe. Zolik barely gets out of there with their life. Look how low they are. Healed back up to full, but it doesn't really matter because Amplify has pushed and rebuked Pirates and Pyjamas time and time again.
I think there might have actually been an Ajax threat. All that Dungan died, I think, casting their sound barrier. I didn't see it come out, but I saw it 0%. But the team is able to stay alive throughout all of that. Is already back at another sound barrier. No harm, no foul. They are now at a huge advantage of point percentage. And they might be able to get the sound barrier in time before this blizzard even is used. So Amplify, they're looking incredible right now. They could run away with this map.
And you've already gotten the ice block out of Stone. They're gonna have to wait for just a little bit longer to find value out of that blizzard, but value may not be found at all. Strider is eliminated. Pirates and Pyjamas tankless now. This is a desperation blizzard to try and reach a forward operating point for Pirates and Pyjamas, but no, Doomed had another idea. It's time to cut down the competition, and it's time to bring Amplify into map number 1. Suravasa is theirs.
The only thing disappointing about that map is how it ended. It went out with a little bit of a whimper. A really nice early pick on Strider from Amplify really makes it impossible for Pirates and Pyjamas to recontest that. But what a back and forth battle that was through, especially this first point. I mean, it was 99-99 before all was said and done. And then it was Amplify just able to get across the finish line. A big part because of this play from Doom that gets 3. Wow, Amplify. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction overall after that kind of performance. But Pirates and Pyjamas definitely are not going out without a fight. I think a few things there kind of doom them. I think we're seeing the Ramatra maybe not in the best spot compared to the Junker Queen. I think the Junker Queen just gives your team so much more sustainability. Like I said, with the Shout, Ramatra does have that temporary shield, but it goes away. There's no healing. There's no movement speed bonus you can get from Ramatra. He gets armor for himself, and that's about it. So I think also that we did also see that there was a swap onto the Moira, and Moira gives out a lot of burst healing over Healing Orb, but there's not a lot of utility for the team. There's no Mortality Field, there's no Suzu, and there's no way to really sustain someone if they're about to end up falling, back to spawn. So those changes, those differences made a big differential, I think, over time for Amplify, and that's how they were able to help take that map.
Yeah, and it felt like there were moments too where Pirates and Pajamas did have the advantage, but they never really pressed that, right? We saw that especially on that final point where they're hiding out up on the high ground. They already had those 2 early initial picks in that team fight, but they were still staying up there. That actually gave Wub the advantage in finding a pick of their own and allowing Amplify to stabilize back out. And that's something that's really impressive about Amplify. They know when to go in, they know when to back away, and they know when to give things up to get more later. And that was just exemplified almost throughout the entirety of that map. And then I think we also look at what they've been able to accomplish. You look over at Doomed, who's playing a Genji. They had their ult 4 times, right? They brought out the blade 4 times on a Genji. Insanely scary. And something that you don't want to keep letting them get away with. But a lot of what we saw that Amplify was able to bring to the table was just this team cohesion and allowing them to be able to shine in these moments and letting the DPS get away with bloody murder, it felt like. But this is a first to 2 Jag, and we're already looking at series point in favor of Amplify. Pirates and Pajamas has one more opportunity to bring themselves into map 3 up on our next game mode of Hybrid.
Yeah, and the good news, I guess, that the only good news potentially from losing that first map is you do get to choose the next one. So at least something is going to be in your favor. With those options, you've got Blizzard World, Kings Row, Midtown, Numbani. I think you're trying to find a way to avoid a Junker Queen map. I think you're saying Kings Row, absolutely not. Let's stay away from that map. That has always been the home of Brawl. I think you try to go for Numbani. I think you try to force a dive matchup, potentially. I'm not sure exactly how confident Pirates and Pajamas is on their dive, but I think you just try to get anything. You try to get Kuffa away from Junker Queen, essentially. I mean, Kuffa is an Australian, playing an Australian. It's just meant to be. That it's just a winning combination every single time. So I think you try to do anything you can to make them have to force a comp switch, because if you let them play it again, either you have to change something, maybe you try to mirror it yourself, but if it's comp you're not practicing, you're bringing out the Ramacho probably because you prefer that overall, so you probably don't want to go for the mirror yourself. So if you can try to force everyone to make a change, that might be beneficial in your favor.
Yeah, exactly. It push them out of the comfort zone, push them into manipulate things into your favor, but then the conversation comes up again. Do they feel comfortable in these dive style compositions? Do they want to try and put themselves out there on a map like Numbani? I wouldn't put it past Pirates and Pajamas that they practice it and that they at least have that in their pocket, and especially with what we just saw out of Suravasa. This is probably one of the reasons why it's taking this long to be able to get that second map, right? They don't want to go into these close quarters, claustrophobic areas that, well, hey, Amplify is going to take full advantage of. And especially when your back is against the wall like this, right? Yeah. You don't want to go so early into the lower bracket already. And so trying to figure out ways to be one step ahead of the competition with this map choice, it's going to be so vital to Pirates and Pajamas, but it's also a choice that you really have to deliberate on, and the deliberation is so important because this could be your last chance. This could be it right here.
Yeah, it's not quite do or die, because like you said, you still have another lifeline in that lower bracket. But you do not want to fall to lower bracket this early on in the tournament, because that is your one chance, your one safety net already gone, already used. It does look like we have our choice, and it actually is going to be the opposite of what I said. Okay. It's going to be Kings Row. So, this is a confidence choice, definitely. They're probably saying, hey, we lost the last one. Maybe our counter, composition didn't work out. It can work on this map, or maybe they think we're going to try to mirror them. We're going to try something. Hey, maybe they'll bring out the Rhine. Who knows? Maybe they feel confident on another style of Brawl that we haven't seen from them quite yet. So it is their choice. It's kind of like, well, you're going to either make your grave here, or you're going to be able to force the map through. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Again, I would have not gone for this, but these teams, there's something that I was told a long time ago by Junkbuck, which is essentially like, we're always going to play what we practice. We're always going to try to go for the maps that we practice, because we'd rather lose playing what we know than try something completely new and, lose even worse that kind of way. So it's definitely a move that I think has a lot of courage and confidence around it based on what we saw last map.
You need to have that courage, and you need to have that confidence, though, sometimes, right? To be in that comfort zone is so important. To be in a place, in a situation where you're not putting the entire team out on the streets, basically expecting them to be able to perform a miracle on places where they don't know what's going on. But Amplify is going to be starting off on attack here. We're seeing pretty much the same thing that we saw coming out of Suravasa from both of our teams. This is Pirates in Pyjamas backs against the wall, though. Amplify does have series points in their hands this first of 2 series.
They chose attack. They did get side selection, so they want to set the pace. They want to set the tempo. So Pirates in Pyjamas, they sent a message saying, hey, we can play Brawl and we'll win on it, even though we lost last map. Amplify says, bet. We're about to set a really nice time bank. Watch us. So we'll have to see whose metaphorical message proves to be true. As you can already see, Pirates in Pyjamas being pressured quite a bit on the high ground. Doomed, you mentioned this Genji before. Usually you want to focus this Genji, if they dive in, you do not want them to live free. You want to focus them down, but Doomed has been doing a great job at just kind of dashing around the map and surviving when they need to.
And look at just how aggressive Amplify already is. They put themselves up on this high ground and see what Doomed is doing. They may not have been able to get away with much in the form of kills, but they're already sitting at 29% of their ult charge. A quick shout out from Kuffa, making sure that the team is upped off just a little bit. Of course, having that extra maneuverability never hurts, but see how Pirates in Pyjamas is rotating on this map. They're trying to fight against the disjointed nature of Amplify, but Amplify in a back-to-back attack from both of the DPS are just demolishing through Pirates in Pyjamas all by themselves. Just Strider gone and out of here. Amplify has point A.
Not quite a team kill, but essentially enough to clear out the point. They get all 5, they lose no one. That's going to be a very quick cap. And I want to go back to what you said about Doom there, because there was a great play on the high ground. Like you said, didn't get any kills out of it, but forced out the Mei Ice Block as well as the Mei Wall right away. So Stone already had a huge disadvantage not having 2 key abilities at their disposal. And from there, they're able to continue dwindling down the support from Pirates in Pyjamas, continue to take that high ground, and now that's a very, very quick first point cap. They do catch Doomed out, so that's finally going to be some punishment. They actually catch out Cal. That's going to be, a little bit of a fight win, but this car is still going to create a little bit of progress at least. Not going to quite make it around the corner.
And that is a big win here for Pirates in Pyjamas, still having control of that archway. Controlling Amplify, but that's what's scary about Amplify is that they can pretty much go anywhere. They can do anything, and especially when you have Doomed sitting around throwing out their shurikens and building up very close towards their Dragon Blade. Cal already has the Kitsune Rush. Pirates in Pyjamas could use the Blizzard to slow things down, but now we're seeing the competing Kitsune Rushes. Z-Man also with that Amplification Matrix, but doesn't really matter with how Doomed is playing. Look at this, trying to take a bird's eye view of King's Row and getting the perfect opportunity to set up for this Dragon Blade.
Yeah, the perfect way to go counter an Amp Matrix is to run through it, and right now that's exactly what Doomed is doing, just running through Pirates in Pyjamas.
It feels like both of these teams have an answer to something, but Pirates in Pyjamas' answer not quite loud enough. Kuffa rampaging, it feels like, in the backline of Amplify. Strider's Annihilation did some work, but now it's gone. Time has run out for them, and so too has their life. Amplify continuing to push forward.
I feel bad for Strider because they've had good positioning. I mean, I really like the archway hold, as you mentioned. That's like exactly where you're going to be as a defender if you lose that first point, because there's so much good natural cover. Even though there's a few ways around it, usually teams will just go through the archway because the side options aren't that great. But the ultimate from Cal, that Kitsune Rush, forces them back. The Amp Matrix isn't enough for them to survive in that position. They get pushed back once again, and they haven't even had a chance to really use the ultimate bank they've built up. They do have some nice ultimates at their disposal, but it's going to be the overclock on their side from Wub being used first.
Absolutely, and you got this high ground position. It's just easy pick'ems here. It feels like, oh my goodness, right at the last second, Strider is gone and out of here. You cut the head off of Pirates in Pyjamas, and then you take their point B. Amplify feeling like they're on fire right now.
I said it before, they wanted to set the tempo. They wanted to just basically punch them in the mouth with this attack. They wanted to go after them. They wanted to be very quickly. It's forcing some changes. Pirates in Pyjamas, they're now going to be going to an Orisa instead. A little bit more of a stalwart tank. We'll see if that pays off well. But in the meantime, Chronic gets taken out by Kuffa with that jagged knife.
Yeah, Pirates in Pyjamas just digging themselves deeper dead. Oh, you're just going to rampage them right there in their face. So much to be gained out of that, and you force out the sound barrier from Zolik. Stone to try and use the Blizzard. Really, the only one caught inside of it was Doomed, and this may buy Pirates in Pyjamas a little bit of breathing room. Nice ice block, keeping Kuffa controlled and inside of this room, but not much more you're going to be able to gain out of that. Pirates in Pyjamas waiting for the reinforcements.
That's a little bit of a win. At least they burned some time off the clock, but you can see already the regroup from Amplify. It is there. They have a Kitsune Rush. They're about to have a Blade, and that could be a 1-2 punch if Pirates in Pyjamas aren't careful enough.
All right, here's the Kitsune rush from Cal. Oh my goodness, Chronic's out of here. You've gotten rid of a major pain point that CPS and Donghun is putting in some work of their own. It feels like every member of Amplify wants to get in on this action, and they do. The finish line now in sight. Just a few more meters to go. This is desperation mode in Pirates in Pyjamas. Chronic over to the Tracer. Quick recall on that, but doesn't really matter with the Dragon Blade having been drawn and now bullied into the corner. This has to be a move from Strider. Try and get on there. Use the Terra Surge. Use anything that you have, but you cannot. Amplify with 2 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock all of the way.
So we saw that Wub was on a 15-player kill streak there, and that is a Wubba Dub Dub right there. This Sojourn popping off. We've been giving a lot of attention to Doomed on the Genji, rightfully so, but these overclocks have been massive. Just the charged up railgun shot from Wub has been hitting heads almost every single time. They've only died once throughout all of this push, and the team is reaping the rewards on the side of Amplify. Almost 3 minutes on King's Row. That is one heck of a time bank to be working with, even if Pirates in Pyjamas get a full cap themselves. It's going to be really hard to play into overtime and extra rounds with how much Amplify have built of an attacking around lead there.
And we're going to see if that adaptation for Pirates in Pyjamas is going to come in once more, if they want to try and stick with this Ramacho, which is what they're leaning towards right now. But Amplify, you have Doomed on the Reaper. It looks like they might go back and switch that out, may go back towards the Genji, but I'm interested in seeing how Pirates in Pyjamas is going to approach their attack, especially after the phenomenal performance we just had out of Amplify. But it feels like some of the same things that were coming out from Pirates in Pyjamas in the last map is still pain points that are happening here on King's Row. But this attack is the one where they need to start shining. Otherwise, time for the lower bracket run.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Orisa more, honestly. I think the Fortify could be a great counter to what Kuffa's doing with the Jagged Knife. You Fortify or Golden, you can't be pulled away like we've seen a few times, Strider being pulled out of position. But instead, it's going to be the same old, same old. We did see the Widowmaker for maybe a quick pick, but immediately going to swap back to the Mei. I just don't feel like these Mei walls have been landing, unfortunately. Haven't really been able to catch anyone out. Amplify, even though they have a Brawl comp, they're super mobile. I mean, Wub has the Power Slide. Genji's always been mobile, also has the dash. Kuffa has the shout to survive. I mean, Lucio literally can wall ride. Cal can teleport. So there's really just no target you can focus down with this Mei and then catch them off guard.
Yeah, it's so difficult to get to them. Hey, we've been talking about it, though. The Ice Wall finally finding the fruition, finally finding their targets in stone.
That's a casting curse.
Putting an icicle right in their face. Hey, first one of the night. First one of the tournament, Jag. But it's looking like Pirates in Pyjamas getting a little bit closer. We talked about this with the Amplify before, though. This is a team that's more than ready to give up a little to gain a lot in the long run.
I mean, they still haven't full capped the point. Amplify, they still want to contest this. They're actually not capping the point right now, so they are chasing the eliminations. This point is now stuck at 74.3%. This could be a big mistake, because if they lose this fight instead of focusing on the first point capture, I mean, they now have to go back actually to their spawn. This is a full re-engage. Donghun now gets a pick. This is falling apart for them.
It's falling apart. It may come back, though. Donghun is gone. Amplify doesn't have that anymore. And it's looking like where things were getting scary, it's going to start stabilizing. Strider had to have seen that in the corner, right into the left, right into their eye on the left side. Kuffa, so low on the health. Do not let them get out of there. And they don't. The Kitsune rush goes forward from Pyjamas, Pirates in Pyjamas. And it took a little bit of time to get there. But point A is theirs.
He did force out at least a Kitsune rush from Amplify, but I mean, that's going to be one on the other side from Pirates in Pyjamas too. So that's a match. You killed a good amount of time off the clock. You're already seeing Pirates in Pyjamas having way less of a time bank going into the second point than Amplify had themselves. So you'll be happy with that if you're Amplify. You just stalled out. That's all you need to do. You know, you already know that you set the pace. You've already set some good time. And you're forcing more ultimates out now, too. You've cut out Ramacho's ultimate as well. The Annihilation now going to be gone. It's going to be met by a Rampage.
Wow. You're just going to bully them like that, are you, Kuffa? And now keeping them stuck inside of the bar. Chronic meeting their end on the stairways. Big, it felt like just Strider wanted to make that big hero play with that Annihilation, Jag, but it all fell apart. Kuffa playing it so perfectly. And with the support from the rest of Amplify, pulled the string that unraveled Pirates in Pyjamas.
Look how aggressive they're holding Amplify. They're trying to spawn hold.
They're trying to spawn hold, and it's looking like it's gonna work that way. You've used Dragon Blade. You've used the sound barrier. So much committed from Amplify, and the scary part about this is it's kind of working.
And even if they lose this fight, even if they eventually get taken offline, have to go back to spawn, tick-tock, this clock continues to dwindle second by second. And I mean, they've already lost a minute. They've barely gotten out of their own capture point from the first point. Now they're finally getting it through the archway. You know, it's interesting for Amplify. You know, they're not taking the best positions. They're not taking natural cover. They're just completely playing the time bank, and they are just continuing to focus that down. So yeah, eventually that fight is finally won, but a minute and a half is gone. You got ultimates out from Pyjamas and Pyjamas just to be able to get out of their own spawn. Amplify, they're just, you know, they're puppeteers right now. They're just playing with their food almost, it feels like. Pyjamas and Pyjamas, they have to fight back. They have to show that, you know, these mistakes, these very confident plays to Amplify, they have to punish them for it.
And Donghan is still back there. They stayed alive throughout the entirety of that and managed to regroup with Amplify. Wub has their overclock, Cal has the Kitsune Rush, but so does Pirates and Pyjamas. And so we might be looking at the intersection of the crossroads in ultimates. Amplify, Pirates and Pyjamas, which one are gonna be able to do this? Cal is gonna be the first to pop off that Kitsune Rush, scaring away Pirates and Pyjamas, and look how much space they've given up towards Amplify. And now they're gonna have an answer of their own? No, they don't. They don't have any answers. Zolic's gone. And now Doom sees this as an opportunity, and filled with the confidence burst that they have now, is going further and further. Pirates and Pyjamas basically back in their spawn room.
Really like that initial disengage, because they're saying, hey, we're gonna just back out. We have our own Kitsune Rush we can use after this, but then they lose Zolik, and then they have to back all the way out. They lose even more time. Again, they started with 4.5 minutes. They've only gotten halfway through the second point, and they've used more than half their timing. 2.5 minutes gone. They have to do something. They got to do it quick. I want to see them press Q first. A lot of the time they've been reactive instead of initiating. That's going to be a nice Suzu there to counter out that Rampage.
But is it going to be able to counter out this Dragon Blade? That's what you have Stone for, putting this Genji on ice. Finally for Pirates and Pyjamas here, and with not much in the form of commitment either, really only 2 ultimates needed, are bringing Amplify to their knees somewhat. And the point payload getting closer and closer to this point B.
Yeah, they cannot chase kills here like they did in point 1. They have to keep playing the payload, try to get that capture. There is going to be a tooling overclock, and this time Chronic wins, and Chronic is frying everyone.
Putting them all away. Pirates and Pyjamas getting this momentum built up for themselves. But they still have 1 more point to go. They still need to go as far as they can, which is all the way.
Here. That's the big thing. Like, you already see you have less time in the bank than what Amplify finished with. If you finish with 0 time, you just don't get another chance. You can only play for a draw. If you play for less than a minute, it's going to be very dire and give more time over to Amplify. So there's no chance for you to lose a fight here. You have to win everything from on out. Oh no.
You gotta win everything from here on out, but things have been slowed down massively. I mean, Stone is still alive. They still have some of this after effects for the Kitsune Rush, but how much far are you going to be able to take this? With how far forward Stone was, may as well just go ahead, put yourself back in the spawn room and regroup with the rest of the team.
There's no worse words you want to hear than let the Kitsune as they're casting it. It does go off, but losing your Kiriko, your main source of healing in this composition, as well as some serious damage potential, just disastrous. Now you're going to see Cal use a Kitsune Rush of their own, and again, it feels like they're trying to go for this spawn hold as they just keep pushing and pushing.
No one expects the Junker Queen from up on high starting to swing their axe like a mad woman, but that's exactly what Kuffa is going to do here with this hero, and they're ready to go for it again! Zolic's gonna get hit with a jump scare of the Sentry, seeing Kuffa right there, trying to get them up off that high ground. Kuffa being very cognizant of this boop right here, but making sure that they're in control of this, and now you've gotten the ice block out of them. Quick throw forward, but an ice block is going to keep them contained up in that room for just a moment. Now we're going to have the Rampage in combination with that sound barrier. Thankfully, Zolik had one of their own, and it's going to help them survive for just a little bit longer. Kuffa's over-aggressiveness finally having been punished. Pirates and Pyjamas, though, took a lot for them to be able to take down Amplify, and with how the positioning of where they are, where this payload still needs to go.
A lot of ultimates, a lot of time, down to 30 seconds. I mean, the odds of them finishing with any time in the bank is slim to none. So at this point, you're just playing for a draw potentially, and all you have, well, actually you got a few things online, so not too bad. You only used the sound barrier last time, so not too bad overall. You're going to be using your Kitsune Rush as well as the Annihilation right away, and a very nice pick on his Doom, but Zolik falls throughout all of this.
Oh, Donghan barely getting away from the Annihilation. Strider is now out of that. Thankfully, Chronic was gotten one of their own, and now the Blizzard really making sure to secure as much as it can. Doomed is back on the field, and they do have the Dragon Blade, but they don't really see a need or a reason to use it just yet. Cal pulling the get out of jail free card with that step forward over to here, and now with the blade having been drawn, it is cutting the head off of Pirates in Pyjamas and sending them right back into lower brackets.
GG's in the chat, though. A very competitive match. I don't think the scoreline really shows how close Pirates in Pyjamas were at some moments to getting a capture on Survasa, on getting a full cap here on King's Row, and potentially sending it to extra rounds. Amplify was in the driver's seat for most of this. I don't think there's any denying that. They did look like the more decisive team. They did look like they had a little bit more pep in their step, but Pirates in Pyjamas definitely did not go out without a very heroic try here. And even though this is going to be the end of their run in the winner's bracket, they do have another life in the lower bracket. I think they will definitely be one of the teams to look out for in that lower bracket. It's also really interesting to think about how they got here, because they actually were not the only 3-1 team in their group. Starburst was as well, but Starburst, even though Pirates in Pyjamas actually had the head-to-head over Starburst, they had a worse map record overall in the group, and that's how they ended up getting the second seed instead of the first one. So super unlucky that they end up in this position where they have to face against Amplify. I would say one of the top at least 4 teams, if not top 2 potentially overall in our tournament. But I mean, the fact that you played them so close, that's going to give you a lot of confidence going forward, and I'm expecting them to make a very, very deep run in that lower bracket.
I know we're all ready to see what's going to be happening between these two teams. Pirates in Pyjamas, though, filled with players who know how to accept these losses, and not let that bring them down. There's still more opportunities to get back up here into the winner's bracket, and who knows, maybe another opportunity to face Amplify down there in the lower bracket once more. And, you know, this was a first to 2. So you don't have that extra map to give yourself that chance to have that comeback, right? To be able to learn from your enemy, be able to learn from your opponents and how they play. But while we are talking about the amazingness of these two teams, Amplify were the ones to come out the victor. And so we're going to get things set up for an interview with them. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, we promised you an interview, and boy howdy do we deliver on that. Coming in from Amplify, we have none other than the amazing Cal. Cal, how are you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm a little tired. I was expecting more of a fight, but
Ooh.
on to
Ooh.
the next, I guess.
GG's go next. All right. Hey, okay, that's the first question, right? You're coming back. Things are starting to warm up and heat up. I mean, this tournament, how are things feeling for the team, especially with sort of the fruition of all that you've been working on throughout these off season, I guess I could say.
We just suck. We lose every scrim. Cuff is terrible. Doom doesn't speak. My Korean, like, randomly starts speaking Korean. None of us understand what he's saying. Wub is just Wub. If it's not his day, then we lose. And today we're expecting to get counter swapped the entire time, because like every time we scrim them, they're just permanently counter picking us, which is really boring. But I hope to never play that team again.
Fair enough.
That's about it.
Okay.
You know, that was not the answer I was expecting at all personally, but boy, we are starting things off spicy side. I love the answer. So, I mean, I want to talk a little bit about the compositions. You mentioned that in scrims they were counterpicking you. Here, they were really stuck on the Ramatra comp. It seemed like they really didn't want to budge off of it. How do you guys think that your composition played around that and how you're able to take such a decisive 2-0 victory over them?
You want the real answer, like the fake answer? Because like the real answer is they just suck, to be honest. Like, we struggle into ram comp a lot, but that was like very easy. But
Right.
like, you kind of just have to walk into them. It's like kind of a no-brainer. You just shoot the enemy. You
Yeah,
just walk around the map.
Strategies.
Yeah, that's the strategy. Just press W forehead and hopefully it works. But in this case, it definitely worked. So as you guys advance into the upper bracket, you talked about what teams you hope not to see again. Is there any team in particular you're hoping to play as you move forward?
Not really. Timeless dropped out, so there's not really any other team that I want to play against.
Oh, okay.
A bit of a spoiler. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, but I guess now it's all good. Now it's out there.
My bad.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a tease going on there. That's all right, Cal. No worries about it. But hey, listen. All right. Next question then. Final question. Amplify. Barry Community Blast Encore. Taking the whole thing?
Probably. I don't think there's any team that is. I'm not really sure who's on any team, but from scrims, like we lose every scrim, but just like when I load into a lobby and I press tab and I see who I'm playing against, after playing on the Glad, it's like, oh, I'm against a random contenders player, so it doesn't really matter.
Hey, that kind of confidence, it speaks volumes to me, Cal, and I think it speaks volumes to everyone out there. And hey, I'm sure that's what's going to be seeing you throughout the entirety of this tournament. But hey, thank you so much for coming on here. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to real quick before we send you on your merry way?
Giant shout out to our sub DPS player Yogi. They've been working day in and day out for us. They didn't get to play today. They haven't played yet, but they're the ace for us. When the time's right, they're gonna pop in and really show the team what they're made of.
Well, I know I'm excited for it. I know Jag's excited for it, and I know everyone watching is very excited for it. We're also excited to see how Amplify is going to do in this tournament. But Cal, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you throughout the rest of this series.
Thank you.
All right, Jag, and yeah, I think we got to talk about that little spoiler that we had there when talking about Timeless. You know, maybe we should probably bring that up real quick.
Yeah, and obviously a bit disappointing, for us as casters, as I'm sure the community feels the same. We were really excited to see Timeless. We had a bunch of notes prepared for them as they were, I think, the #1 team going into this. Like, I would say easily, like, this is the top contender to take the whole thing. Now that they've dropped out, it's a wide open, I would say, race now. I think teams like Amplify, that I said, like, top 4 at least, maybe even top 2, like this, they could be the #1 contender going into this after how that played out. It's really unfortunate. Things happen. Unfortunately, we just got to adjust. We got to move on. There's still a lot of great teams out there and a lot of great players who are now going to be vying for that spot and to take that championship prize.
Absolutely. But hey, Amplify versus Pirates of Pyjamas. Amplify managing to take the 2-0 against them and continuing their lead throughout this upper bracket. You can take a look at how all of the other games have been going. There's still the Bronzebeard versus Strix battle, Susasnoo versus Bonsai Buddy, Samsara winning against Ina Rizaki. And then over on the other side, we have Timeless going up against originally Timeless going up against Starburst. And then LeftRightGnight. Then we're going to see who's going to win out against Timeless, Obsidian versus P's and Q's. A lot of action happening tonight, though, here, Jag, and a lot of different... I would say this is sort of what we were expecting out of the brackets.
I think for the most part, yes. The teams that are on top, that is the higher seed going into those matchups. And as you've seen, there's really not been any upsets just yet. I'm very intrigued to see that Timeless Obsidian match. They are still in the tournament. It was just the Timeless team in the top left. So bottom left still in there. And I really want to see who wins that matchup against P's and Q's, because I do believe that matchup, whoever wins that against who takes on LeftRightGnight next, will be the matchup on stream. So that's going to be a really spicy one once we know who actually ends up taking it.
Absolutely. And we're going to find out all of this and more. We're going to be going into the winners round 2 after a very short break. So don't go anywhere, everyone. We'll be right back. Well, we couldn't leave you hanging forever. What kind of hosts would we be if we did that? Welcome back, everyone, to the Barry Community Blast Encore. We've already had a fantastic match here with Amplify versus Pirates and Pyjamas. Amplify taking that 2-0 victory against Pirates and Pyjamas. But now, Jag, we set our sights towards our next matchup, towards our next group that are going up against each other, that being LeftRightGnight and Timeless Obsidian. That was the worst, I think, accent I've ever done in my life. I'm sorry.
Oh, there are words to describe that, but none of them are nice. So I'm just gonna say it's an A for effort at the very least. But LeftRightGnight taking on Timeless Obsidian. There is still a Timeless team in this tournament, we promise you. And this one should still be a banger. I mean, these are two teams that dominated both of their groups, came out the #1 seed, both went 4-0, and we'll get a little bit more into who's on these teams in a little bit because there is some serious firepower. But I think this is one of the most up in the air matchups, honestly, that we might have in this upper quarterfinals, if not the entire tournament. I think these two teams are actually very, very even in strength, and I'm hoping for a map 5 banger. That's like the one thing I'm praying for. No 3-0 Overwatch. This is going to be at least a 1-3, so we will see another map type. And if you weren't here earlier, the map pool is very interesting in the way that it's done. At least the map order is. It's actually going to be Push as our third map. So it would be Flashpoint, then Hybrid, then Push. So it, very different than probably the norm that you've seen elsewhere. But I think that'll be very fun, lead to some very different play styles, some very interesting compositions. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a banger of a series. And I'm just really hoping for at least a map 4. That's at least a map 4, please.
Yes, please. And I think that's also the nice part. 1-2 out of here, get away. We want to see the whole breadth of what Overwatch has to offer, and now we get that in this 1-3 series. And it's a new world here of Overwatch. And so yes, let's start off with Flashpoint. Let's start a new trend. Let's be the trendsetters out here. The Barry Community Blast Encore. But let's go ahead and talk about that first map we're going to be going to, which is, well, when it comes to Flashpoint, only 2 maps. We have New Junk City or Suravasa, looking like it's going to be New Junk City.
That's interesting. And I'd love to talk about this because I feel like Suravasa is usually the go-to pick, but I think we also need to talk about these rosters really quickly, and then maybe we can come back to New Junk City and see exactly how we expect them to be played. So I'd love to look at LeftRightGnight first. For no particular reason, I have absolutely no bias to this roster whatsoever. I definitely didn't work with any of these players in the past. But I think this is one of the most interesting ones because this is only a 5-person roster. They don't have any subs. They are just running it with these members. And I mean, there's 3 ex-Overwatch League players here in Lethal, Lucamino, and Lep. That support lineup, I think, is going to be what we're looking at the most. Lucamino got a lot of experience playing on the Shock. Lep had been on the Outlaws previously, near Excelsior this year. So these players, they've all gotten their time at the top of the top. We'll have to see if that translates to a win here. I just really am interested to see what this team plays because I also think some of these players are known for playing more specific heroes. I don't want to say one tricks, but maybe like they really have a more limited hero pool. So I'm wondering if we're going to see more diversified compositions or if they're going to stick to what they know best.
I'm very interested to see how these caster predictions are going to go now. If there's going to be any bias entering into that.
Oh, we'll get there.
And we'll get there. But yeah, talking about it, there obviously is a lot going on for LeftRightGnight. Really recognizable names, like you said, in the form of these former Overwatch League players. It's something that is going to give Timeless Obsidian kind of that pause in what they're going to try and be doing, and especially when we take a look at New Junk City being that first map that we're playing on, right? You typically see Suravasa. That's the one that teams favor more often. We don't get that chance to see New Junk City very often. It's actually something that I'm really excited to see. I think I've only casted over New Junk City once, the entirety that it's been out, but Suravasa has just been a mainstay for these teams. And this might be one of those things where it's kind of like a trying to shake things up against their opponent or throw things into chaos, potentially.
Yeah, and I think the most interesting about picking New Junk City is, like I mentioned it before, the map geometry is so different than Suravasa. Suravasa does have some high ground, but generally the point was the high ground itself. Like if you're playing from an elevated location, maybe it's more on the side, maybe it's like the entryway to one of the points, but New Junk City gets just wild all over the place. There's high ground like on the far end, on where you're entering from. There's one point where it's high ground and then there's the point underneath of it. It's so difficult to play, I think. I think it's way more difficult as a map to play than Saravasa, which was why teams usually default towards Saravasa, because you don't have to worry about as many things. There aren't as many extra added risks when you choose a map like Saravasa. But New Junk City, you could win the fight and then lose the point, and then you could have something terrible happen where somehow you lose from there. You know, you give up 50%, and even if you win the fight, you're just down so much from the get-go. It can be really difficult to bounce back. So the play style of this is going to be, I'd say, that, like we talked about discipline before, there has to be even more discipline here. Like, you've got to be the most disciplined with your rotations specifically. I think alt bank obviously is still going to be important, but considering that a lot of the fights happen off point on this map, or as a serve also, I feel like more so they happen on the point itself. If you win the fight and you give up the point, I mean, that can still be a map loss at the end of the day.
It's really crazy to think about that too, right? The differences between these two maps. Flashpoint only has the two maps, but they're so wildly an antithesis to each other that you really just can't have the same strategy for either one of them. But now we can take a look at the timeless Obsidian roster here, Jag. And again, you know, familiar names potentially to some people out there. And this is one of the things that we're talking about, that you don't know who's going to come out on top against these two teams.
I think the one advantage that Timeless Obsidian has is this roster has played together at least for a little while. They did really well in the group stage. We talked about before 4-0 as well, but they also were in Flash Ops NA, and they got 5th through 6th, which is a very high placement for that tournament. And this is a roster that's essentially exactly the same, except with the addition of Ryan in that DPS slot. Everyone else is returning. I'm expecting Dynasty and Dub to still be that starting lineup on DPS, but maybe Ryan's a specialist. Maybe we'll see them come in for something. Maybe they'll be the secret weapon. You know, Cal was mentioning Yogi previously on their team as a secret weapon. Maybe Ryan is that in this roster. But when you have that synergy, when you've played together for a while, that might be the only advantage you need, especially when we talk about discipline. If you know your teammates, if you know what calls they're going to make, I mean, that could be all you need. And I think Dove especially is going to be the player to look out for. Previously on the Vegas Eternal, I think they had some really great moments when they were in the league. But it's one of those ones like, oh, well, they didn't really reach that highest of highs. But this is a great chance to show, like, hey, I was there for a reason, and I'm going to be that DPS superstar of the future.
All right, now it's time to put you on the spot again, Jag.
Ooh.
All right. I love doing this to you. I know. Well, listen, you're the only person here that I can talk to. All right. And I'm not going to do it to myself. Let's be real here for a second. Caster prediction time. LeftRightGnight. Timeless Obsidian. No bias, of course, at any way, what shape or form. Who are we going for?
I feel like this is one of the most even matched up so that we're going to see today. I really feel like it could go either way. But at the end of the day, and I'm trying to get it past my name tag. Okay, I don't know.
Oh my God, he's ripping his shirt off on you.
Oh yeah, I'm going for it. Here it is. It's London Spitfire.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'm going with Lethal. I'm going with LeftRightGnight.
Okay. Jag is going LeftRightGnight. No bias whatsoever.
No bias
shirt,
whatsoever.
The shirt is that's just a coincidence. Okay, chat. I, on the other hand, I'm actually going to oppose you this time. I'm going to add a little bit of interest and intrigue into this. I'm going to go with Timeless Obsidian. I'm feeling like, when we have these kind of even matchups, it's sometimes these teams that have worked together for such a long time, they have this sort of cohesion as a unit, and they've tested themselves in multiple different tournaments. That's going to give them that extra edge here. I feel like Timeless Obsidian is going to be able to bring that forward. Chat, well, it's not just us casters up here who wants to make these predictions. What do you think? What are you feeling? Which team are you supporting, and which team do you think are going to be able to take home the big prize? Well, not the big prize just yet, but going to be able to continue their run through in this upper bracket. Is it going to be Timeless Obsidian, or is it going to be LeftRightGnight? I'm not going to try the accent ever again. Trust me. It didn't work out the first time. I'm not going to do it again. So, Jag, long night ahead of us though still, and we're just getting into the second round of the upper bracket. And New Junk City is where it is all going to be starting off on.
Yeah, I have to chill out a little bit after my Hulk Hogan moment, but now we're getting into map number 1, and I want to hear what you have to say as well, so be sure to tweet at us, x.com, use the hashtag #BCBEncore to let us know your thoughts. And yeah, I want to hear what you got to say, because maybe I'm completely wrong. You're going to let me know exactly how you feel about it, but I agree the synergy could be a big component here, especially because I literally just listed all the notes about how this map's a bit more difficult. Hey, we really have to be more in sync for this versus Saravasa, but still got to go sometimes with just that raw mechanical skill. See if that will be the nail in the coffin for Timeless Obsidian, at least on this first map. But as we load in, I'm not trusting anything I'm seeing thus far. I do not believe Icy's going to be on the Roadhog, but
come on.
that, I mean, it's just with a campfire, right?
Yeah, it's just with a campfire.
We may get cozy.
Okay,
there it is.
Right.
I mean, I'm sorry. I had zero hope. I knew exactly what was going to happen. You never trust anything you see in spawn until like the last 5 seconds. But it's going to be very similar to what we saw actually on the last series. So Ramattra versus Junker Queen. There is a bit of a difference from Timeless Obsidian. They're going to run the Reaper. And I think that gives them a lot of potential just burst damage with the Mei. They get someone with a wall. They're also starting off with the Moira. So burst healing, but no utility to save someone of a mortality field. So Timeless Obsidian, they just kind of have to run straight into LeftRightGnight and hope that they can out-damage them. That's the name of the game here.
It really is. For right now, Timeless Obsidian is just going to hang back for the moment. Give it a second. Wait a minute. Looking like we might have some issues going on here. Uh-oh. All right. Get those.
All right, who did it? Who messed up the server settings? I don't know if you guys... I was reading all chat, and I guess the settings were for open queue instead of normal competitive for roll queue. So we gotta fix that because yeah, there's some things a little bit different with open queue, a little not correct with the settings we should be having. So surprise, we're gonna send it for a quick fix. Should be right back into it momentarily.
At least we got to take get an idea of what our two teams are going to be looking like and the composition that they're going to be running with. A very familiar story to what we had in the previous matchup with Amplify and Pirates and Pyjamas, just transposed onto here with these two teams, Timeless Obsidian and LeftRightGnight. LeftRightGnight wanting to flex the Junker Queen muscles once more and show us what the Australian Mean Queen can do, whereas we have the Ramattra here for Timeless Obsidian. And we saw that matchup with our previous matchup favored that Junker Queen, but kind of like what we were talking about with Cal, the Ramattra should still, in theory, be able to stand up to Junker Queen. It's just, can Timeless Obsidian have that skill in their pocket to be able to make that happen?
I think we talked briefly about the Moira versus the Bat, but I really want to talk about the Reaper versus the Sojourn, which I think is the main difference overall besides that Moira from Pirates versus Pirates and Pyjamas versus right now what we're going to be seeing from Timeless Obsidian. And that Reaper can just do so much destruction right away. Sojourn obviously can do a lot of poke damage, but you're really relying on that railgun to be fully charged and just hit a headshot, immediately annihilate a squishy, send them back to spawn. Reaper, you hit a headshot at close range and that's it. Get done. Go back. You're gonna have a gray screen for a bit. So it's interesting. Like I think this comp actually might work better, what we're seeing from Timeless Obsidian, but they really have to run straight into LeftRightGnight, and Dynasty has to be on top of it with these walls. If you miss a wall and you can't actually enable Dove to go for those big plays, immediately bust them up with the Reaper, like it's just not going to work. The Sojourn at least gives you a little bit more flexibility where you can play a little bit further away and still find some value. But Reaper at range is just nothing. You're just like, you're just like hoping that like, you're just like, please do a little bit of damage. It's like 5 per shot of damage that you're doing from like a little bit away. So it's really go big or go home. Run into them and hope that it works, or run back to spawn.
And it's looking like for right now, Timeless Obsidian still kind of holding back, using the natural cover to give themselves that safety and letting the flashpoint unlock. Yes, like what you said, there's also Icy on the Orisa. Junker Queen, nah, don't really care about that. Let's bring Orisa onto the field, which does give them maybe that little bit more sustainability, especially with Dove on this Reaper. But now starting to wreak havoc into the backline with this character, not getting as much value from it as they are wanting, but still though, neither team ready to duke it out on site. And this is what we were talking about with New Junk City. You have to go down below to try and capture this first flashpoint. It's going to be LeftRightGnight to get there first, but Timeless Obsidian on that first blood. Luke Mino is gone. Timeless Obsidian seeing these as opportunities abound. Vision's going to try and equalize things out, but Dove here is not going to give them much of an advantage for very too long. Timeless Obsidian now turning their sights onto Icy. Get rid of the tank and get this point.
I'm not sure if I like this swap. It seems like Icy was trying to, you know, play a counter matchup, maybe trying to counter Dove on the Reaper. You do have more survivability yourself with the fortification, with the javelin spin. You can eat some damage up, nullify, and then, you know, when you go golden, you can't be affected by anything like a sleep and anti, or, you know, you just have, you know, more armor to work with. But the rest of the team suffers because of that. You don't have the shout, which the rest of the team gets with that temporary healing or temporary health. So Yeah, I feel like now they're going to struggle a lot more to get into this point, actually, than they were previously. But they're going to send Vision on the flank with this overclock, and it's going to be the sound barrier as the counter.
It's a mission, it's a journey. Try to chew through that sound barrier as quick as you can, but nothing to be given. Now you're going to rely on the Luke Mino Kitsune Rush. Timeless Obsidian basically using every single ultimate that they had to them. But LeftRightGnight weathers the storm, and on top of that, they still have the left sound barrier to go and fight it out in the next team fight. Still though, before Timeless Obsidian gives it up, 70%.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They get the point before they actually finish off these last eliminations. So a nice stagger onto Timeless Obsidian. I mean, they're still trying to get their Ramatra out of here. If they get... Oh, this could be bad. Yeah, Luca ends up getting really staggered here, and that might just be the point right there. So great objective play, great, I would say restraint and not going for those eliminations right away, just continuing to force Timeless Obsidian back to spawn, not all at once, but one by one. And I don't know if there's any way for Timeless Obsidian to recontest this, but Dove is going to be on the flank going all the way around, so they will be able to get potentially a C9, but you can see that LeftRightGnight should get back there before the point is capped.
Oh, and then you lock him down even further with that Blizzard. Luca manages to get as far as they can inside of that annihilation, but separated from the team, you really try to have to survive as long as you can. Survival's not on the cards for Dynasty or Dove. Timeless Obsidian now without any fangs, and now without their shield, their barrier of protection. Once LeftRightGnight gets rid of the stragglers, this first point is theirs.
The close one, it was a very close one. Timeless Obsidian, it looks like they had some advantages, but LeftRightGnight, they get that initial pick. They force some awkward positioning from Timeless Obsidian. Very nice play by Vision to go all the way up top, while the rest of Timeless Obsidian was playing on low ground, kind of forced them to back up. They give up the point for free, and then they just get staggered out one by one. And now you can see LeftRightGnight already has complete control of this point before it unlocks. They have a huge ultimate advantage as well. The one thing they do have to worry about is the Death Blossom. But Orissa's Javelin Spin would eat up some of that damage, so if the Orissa's in good enough position to protect their teammates, it could end up being all for naught.
Or don't even let Dove get away with it.
Oh, the wall.
Beautiful wall. It couldn't have been placed any better. And then Vision with the execution sentence onto this team. Timeless Obsidian, the Death Blossom, denied any chance to bloom. HAMR putting forth the Coalescence, but Harmony and Discord has been denied again by this wall from Lethal. LeftRightGnight almost has the full pack of ultimates, but a quick Terror Surge goes in. Timeless Obsidian throwing in everything that they have at the wall and then some. But the disastrous part is nothing is sticking. Now here's Dove, a chance to go in, sees their final target, but they don't even get Vision. What a play from this DPS. What a play from LeftRightGnight. Timeless Obsidian still, though, in this fight, not done just yet. They've gotten rid of Icy, and somehow, some way, they're doing this.
But the point flicks throughout all this chaos, so even though it's a fight that is going the way of LeftRightGnight, maybe not. They lose Left, who jumps straight into the Mei. Coalescence now being thrown out. This might end up being just a fight win overall, and it looks like some way, somehow now, Timeless Obsidian, they are turning it around, and now they are on the hunt themselves. They are trying to get the surviving members, but Lethal gets Dove, gets traded out, and this fight's going way off the point, way into the spawns. And, I mean, guys, the fight is not... you gotta go back to the point eventually, right? HMR actually might get cut out themselves.
This is the chaos that you get out of New Junk City. You don't get this from Suravasa. Timeless Obsidian trying to get ahead of the game, trying to cut off the head of LeftRightGnight before they can get back. And you've kind of done that. You've kind of disjointed them so much that Timeless Obsidian is gaining so much in the form of this percentage that could carry out even if they don't lose, even if they don't win this team fight, rather. And Luca has the annihilation. You need to weather the storm of this overclock, and Vision is not getting anything out of it so far. Timeless Obsidian doing a phenomenal job of using the natural cover to their advantage. Now you go in, using the sound barrier, seeing what you can get away with. Time to put pressure onto LeftRightGnight. Lethal hiding out inside of that ice block. Hiding out is not going to protect Luke Mino, and once they come out of it, right into the jaws of Timeless Obsidian. This back and forth between these two teams, this is what we were talking about. We don't know who's going to come out on top, Jag.
No, we do not, and now it's going to be even across the board, 1-1 when it comes to flashpoints captured fully, so each team looking to take two as we now flip to the other exact opposite end of the map. And I was curious about Timeless Obsidian's composition, what they'd play. I talked earlier about how they have some players known for preference, and Dove is known as a Tracer player. So they've gone off the Reaper, didn't find the success they were looking for. It's not going to give you necessarily that burst damage, or you can just get a one-tap headshot you could for Reaper, but you can still one-clip members with this Tracer. You can still find people out that are caught with this wall, and I think more importantly, you can pressure on the side now. You could go for these flanks, you can go for some of these crazy off angles like Vision has on the Sojourn, so a little bit more pressure. And you can see that Dove's already trying to pressure the backline out.
So much going on all over this flashpoint. You really don't know what's happening until the action really starts breaking out in itself. Icy's going to be the one to start things off on that Terra Surge. Dove is gone. No more of that pesky Tracer going and wrecking up your backline. Timeless Obsidian without Dove, now feeling that on themselves even more so with the Foxes empowering LeftRightGnight into their face. Timeless Obsidian had it all in the palm of their hands. It felt like the momentum coming off from that point. That previous point, though, completely taken away. Although, both come from Dove, hell, okay.
Yeah, that's a nice kill. Unfortunately, he's on to Lep, probably the fastest member of the side of LeftRightGnight, so should be able to get back before things get too crazy. One thing I was going to mention is that the Tracer, you know, great for poke, but also a lot less sustainability if you use your recall. Very low health, no self-healing like Reaper has, so you've got to be pretty careful in there. Looks like they were just the first one to fall. The point... Yeah, it feels like everyone is back now, so it should be a 5-on-5, but the biggest thing right now, Dynasty does have that Blizzard ready to go.
Just keeping an eye on Lethal. What a protection, Suzu, from Luke Mino to keep their Mei in this fight. You're hearing the overclock being pumped, and Dynasty was just a sitting duck for the headshot that just destroyed them and sent them into another atmosphere. It feels like LeftRightGnight, they lost the previous point, but are looking to flawlessly take this third point.
Yeah, and that should be all they wrote here on this third point. Well played. Dynasty never got a chance to throw out their own Blizzard. Vision pumping the overclock. First Lethal following up immediately with their Blizzard. And now this fight actually might happen, or immediately you're seeing the stun. It looks like this rotation... Actually, I feel like Timeless Obsidian, they should just take the fight right here. They have the ult advantage. If they win before... Actually, they're just going to take the point. All right, so this is... I take back what I said. This is smarter for them to play and try to take the high ground. But they don't make it there first, even though it looks like they did. It looks like they were trying to cut off the rotations of the high ground. Now the high ground goes to LeftRightGnight, so I'm going to flip back again. They should have taken that fight outside before giving this high ground away. They have the ult advantage, but they don't have really that good of a positioning to engage with this.
You don't want to give LeftRightGnight this point up, because if they do, they're taking map number 1 of New Junk City inside of that Coalescence. You're going to try and wait for Lethal to come out into a Blizzard. The Terra Surge is keeping Icy alive, but not only that, it protects LeftRightGnight because it's drawing Timeless Obsidian into there. Dove with just a smidgen of health manages to Wraith form a way out of there into safety, and now you're duking it out in the below ground. But for Timeless Obsidian, a little bit of a bright point as they do have the point, got to 22%, but now they're dealing with the Blizzard from LeftRightGnight, the answer that is freezing everything from Timeless Obsidian in its tracks. 22% was all this team got before they're out of here. LeftRightGnight wanting to close out New Junk City.
They do lose Luke Mino, but otherwise, LeftRightGnight, a very clean fight. They get ultimates out from Timeless Obsidian. They're forcing more hero swaps. They have point possession. They won, or they took the point before the fight ended against. They've got very good point prowess, and then they're still finding eliminations after all is said and done. We're going to see Dynasty on the Genji, and only for a moment. That is unlucky. That is a headshot from Akiriko. She's not just a support. She can do a lot of damage.
Very calamitous situation for Timeless Obsidian. At this point, Jack, that basically gives them one more team fight, and they're going to try and duke it out here. It's a now or never moment for Timeless Obsidian. With every single passing second, you have to let Dynasty get back here, try to do as much damage, but now you've committed the Coalescence from AJMR, and looking all over the place. Vision, even on this low ground, is pumping forth the damage. The overclock is gone, though the unread sound barrier has been drawn out. Luke Mino has given Vision the Kitsune Rush, and now you're breathing down the neck of Timeless Obsidian. Dynasty is gone again, the initial first blood of another team fight, and Timeless Obsidian falling apart piece by piece. LeftRightGnight has this all in the palm of their hands, and they are closing with an iron grip on it. New Junk City, map number 1.
That might say an Iron Claw with how proficient and how much they were suffocating Timeless Obsidian at the very end. It was so back and forth. It was I mean, I believe Timeless Obsidian actually took the first flashpoint to begin this, and then LeftRightGnight were able to match things up and then just run away from there. The positioning, though, on this fourth and final flashpoint, that's really the difference maker. I was really surprised that Timeless Obsidian didn't try to take that fight with that ult advantage. Instead, I thought they'd try to take the high ground first, then they didn't play that. They went for low ground, trying to cut off members of LeftRightGnight, didn't do that. And then they just could never actually match them blow for blow. It seemed like after that, you know, they were down a member. Unfortunately, Dynasty tries to go for this Genji swap, immediately gets picked. So they have to force this 4v5 as time is running out. They do get Dynasty back in the fight, but then they end up falling again. The Genji never really finds the value they're looking for. And even though they had an ult advantage there, I think it was like 3-1, and then they get out the overclock immediately. They don't really use their ultimates the right way after that. They're trying to play low ground while the rest of LeftRightGnight's show playing on high ground. All these things are so difficult to deal with, and it just falls apart for Timeless Obsidian.
And you have to wonder too if Timeless Obsidian really knew Junk City, right? As well as they wanted to. This is one of those situations again, right, where they've been maybe thrown into the deep end and you have to try and survive on New Junk City. There was a couple of times you saw that, especially from Timeless Obsidian, in that they felt a little lost on New Junk City, trying to learn the streets, so to speak. But hey, you know what? We go into the next map of Hybrid. Could be a completely different story, especially with it being their map choice, and also more so breathing room. Now that we're on the first of three, this is not the match point. This is not the series point. This is still a lot of room to stretch your legs, to warm back up, and to learn LeftRightGnight. There's no pressure just yet, right? There's no overwhelming sense of doom and gloom for Timeless Obsidian. The opportunities are still there. They just need to be able to take advantage of them.
Yeah, you're not feeling the pressure nearly as much if it was still a 1-2 like it was in that first round. The fact that you have a little bit more leeway, a little bit more cushion, and the fact this is still the upper bracket, you're probably feeling pretty good overall. You did take a flashpoint. I think you say, hey, like, we just fell apart at the end there. We can't let that happen. You know, our rotations were a bit sloppy. We were making a lot of swaps. We were playing a bit of hero roulette. It didn't work out the way we wanted to. I think they also have to go back to the drawing board just a little bit. I think the matchup with the Junker Queen was the one they were looking for. And the swap from Icy after the restart to the Orisa. Now, I was saying, I don't think it works as well for the team, but it's working really well for Icy. Icy was staying alive. And I think that's the biggest thing. Like, I think the priority of targets usually is you want supports first and then the tank. DPS, if you get a DPS, like, it's great, but it's not like the end of the world. They could still come back from that. But getting a tank especially is really big because that is, you know, your beefy front line. And when your protection is gone, you can just kind of run in and usually run over the rest of the team unless they have like enough ultimates to kind of just sustain throughout all of that. So you got to think about how do we play against Orisa. I don't think the Ramatra matchup is as favorable into Orisa. Orisa has a lot better range, I would say, overall. She's got the javelin she can throw at you to punch you back. She's her fusion driver cannon or gun where she can just fire at you. I mean, obviously, you don't have to reload. It does overheat over time, but pros are usually good enough where they don't even get it to that point. For Junker Queen, she does have a gun, but it's more of a medium to short range sort of thing. And the Dragon Knife, you know, you miss it, you miss it. But I think the Javelin Spear is a much more powerful ability when you stun someone against a wall of it. So there's got to be a few adaptations, and the fact that they have that map choice, at least they can play to what they want to do next.
And I love the creativity that came out of Icy. They harken back to an ultimate, a blizzard that was in their face, catching almost all of LeftRightGnight inside of there. But what do? They Terra Surge. So that prevents them from being caught inside of the blizzard while drawing all of Timeless Obsidian inside of it, protecting the rest of the team from being hunted down who were caught inside of that blizzard. It's those little moments that you think about, right? The understanding of your hero and how to gain the maximum value. And that's really what we were getting from LeftRightGnight in so many different ways. And not to say that Timeless Obsidian wasn't playing well themselves, right? Luca was doing a phenomenal job, it felt like, on the Ramatra. And don't let the 3-1 scoreline fool you either. These were really close points a lot of the times. These were not like 100-0 done except for one time. So if Timeless Obsidian can iron out some of those wrinkles and figure out how they want to approach this Orisa composition, if we do see it again in Hybrid, we're going to be looking at that matchup that we were expecting, this one where it's all up in the air, where it really is two teams grinding their teeth against each other to figure out who is the better one.
And we're still waiting to hear what that map will be, but we can do what we love to do and just kind of talk about what it might be. And as a reminder for what maps we could be seeing, it could be Blizzard World, Kings Road, Midtown, or Numbani. I was saying last time, if you're the team playing Ramatra, you do not want to be playing into them. Like, you do not want to have this on King's Row. And I was wrong. Last time they did pick King's Row. Pirates and Pyjamas picked it against Amplify and then ended up losing that map. And what was, albeit very close, they almost were able to get a full cap and then push it to extra rounds. Just couldn't get it across the end of that finish line. I said Numbani, just try to switch things up, force more of a dive comp. I would honestly say maybe Midtown or Blizzard World. But I don't know. Orisa could be stronger on that map than King's Row. Actually, you might want to force King's Row. I think that would force out the Junker Queen again. There is not really that much high ground. Orisa does a lot better on high grounds. She can still play like the low ground, but I think generally you want to have her higher up if you can. She just wants to be firing away at people. It's going to be Numbani, so we're going to see a very, very different style of map here. A lot of high ground to deal with. We could still see an Orisa, but maybe we'll see the Wrecking Ball. This is something that was seen a lot in the last chance qualifier for calling all heroes. Teams were playing like a Pharah comp with this, just letting the Wrecking Ball run around and the Pharah do all the damage. I'm not sure if we're going to be quite to that, but I would love to see some dive personally.
I would also be in the same camp as you, Jag, just shaking things up a little bit, getting that dive back on there. Numbani is obviously the greatest map to be able to get that going. And such a bold choice as well, coming from Timeless Obsidian with what we saw out of them on New Junk City. But if this is a team that does feel comfortable on that sort of dive style composition, I wouldn't be surprised. That's why we're going here. And it's kind of, you're getting that idea of, yeah, this is what they want to do. This is how they want to go about playing this. It's still, right, that first to three, so there's still multiple opportunities for them to be able to make different strategies like this work. And so why not? Throw it at the wall, see if it sticks, and see if you are able to put LeftRightGnight into the situation that you may have been on New Junk City.
I think this is one of the coolest things about, the meta being up in the air is you really don't know what we're going to see. I think we're expecting a lot of like Junker Queen Ramatra, which is mostly what we've gotten so far. The Orisa was a little bit out of left field, but a good counterplay from Icy, as we mentioned before. But this is like completely like, I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea what we're about to see. And that is the most fun part of all of this. There could be some crazy things. We could see exactly what we just saw. I hope not. I'm really hoping for some variation here, maybe swap things up. You talked about it being like a bold strategy from Timeless. I want to see a bold composition. I want to see them change the name of the game. And they'll be on attack first, so it's one of those things where, again, whatever you see first out of spawn, not going to believe it. But for the defenders, whatever they leave with, that is what they're going to be running. Okay, maybe not the Roadhog. I'm not getting baited into this. I don't care how many times we see the Roadhog. Yeah, okay, this makes more sense. So Icy going to be going to the Diva, probably one of the heroes they're known most for back in the day when we had 2 tanks. Remember those? A long time ago. But they were an off tank primarily back in the day, so this is one of their featured picks. And I like this a lot. They're going to have some ability to run around the map with the Diva, with the Echo, but then they have a lot of sustain for their less mobile members. The Brick can defend, the Baptiste can defend the Ashe.
Map number 2 here, Jag. LeftRightGnight in the lead by 1. Timeless Obsidian, a little bit down, but 100% definitely not out. And what I think is kind of interesting here is this Junker Queen composition for a dive style map like Numbani. Sure, you have Dynasty and Unread, Dove, and AJ, but you're really looking at seeing what Luke is going to do on Junker Queen and how they're going to be able to initiate on the different levels of Numbani. And it looks like taking the stairway towards that high ground and letting your dive players wreak havoc into the backline.
It's going to be a pincer approach. I think they're going to throw all their resources to that kind of high ground. As you can see, Dynasty trying to fly around the map. They're going to have the Junker Queen run in, the Tracer come up from the stairs, and they're just trying to pincer them, force them into an uncomfortable position, and do an incredible amount of damage in a very short time. But so far, Timeless Obsidian has not really found that window. LeftRightGnight has been able to kite around the high ground and just kind of avoid Dynasty on this Echo. I think that you can see, like, they try to take another high ground. Now they're kind of just trying to take the low ground. Now they're just going to run towards the point instead and force LeftRightGnight off this high ground.
Yeah, it finally works out. At least you bring Icy down, but this is Diva. They can just get back up there at a moment's notice. The important players are still fortifying and still holding on to it. It feels like no one is going to be able to unroot them, and especially not so if Vision is going off on a tear, a streak like that. The skies are being dominated by them, and it is under their very watchful eye.
Vision has been in an absolute tear this series with some of the plays they were making on Sojourn to getting those 2 initial picks on the Ashe, helping build up their Bob. pretty big. And I mean, you look at the ultimate percentage, both Vision and Lethal already basically there. Luke Mino also building up an amplification matrix in the meantime. LeftRightGnight, they are in a really great spot. They just send their diva there to contest the point. This high ground is still not being really contested, minus Dove trying to poke and prod. But even if they get that pulse bomb, as long as that immortality field is still there for Luke Mino, they can survive through it. So this is going to be very difficult, I think, for Timeless Obsidian to break it. They need that really quick first pick, but they are not finding it. It is all Vision all day.
No, they don't. Dove didn't have a recall, so Lethal sees that as an opportunity to just laser beam them away. Gone and out of here, but AJ has had enough of this action. They have had enough of Timeless Obsidian getting bullied. They get rid of Vision, but Timeless Obsidian is just doing nothing. They're kind of paralyzed here.
Yeah, they've already lost more than half their time bank. They've barely contested this high ground. They do have some ultimates to maybe try to force this through. Post bomb probably looking for a target. Isn't going to be found just yet. Looking for it maybe on the Echo. But in the meantime, Luke Mino takes out Dynasty.
Luke Mino takes out Dynasty. Lethal has duplicated a Kiriko. They have the Kitsune Rush. Dove does have this opportunity with that Pulse Bomb. And finally for Timeless Obsidian, the patient waiting game may have paid off for them. Lethal, just before getting out of Kiriko, has gotten the Kitsune Rush, but Bob has been put on the field. Another little extra barrier here, and Dynasty's not going to be able to get too much inside of that mech form. Going to have to try and rebuild over towards it, but out of that point, you're really not going to be able to get too much. Luca has to rampage forward, maybe be able to deal some more damage, and rely on the rest of Timeless Obsidian to come forward and put forth that action, and indeed, they are finally for Timeless Obsidian. They're getting more of these Chevron and these ticks. LeftRightGnight, one more opportunity to try and fight this out here with a rally, and by goodness gracious, is it working? Lethal is ripping through Timeless Obsidian one after another. They were so close, Jag, but close is not there.
As a good friend of mine, Septos, would say, good is only close enough, and Horseshoe and hand grenades, and a huge last second kill onto Dove. The only ultimate now that's online for Timeless Obsidian, that Pulse Bomb, and they have made a complete swap again to the musical cheers for heroes. Once again, is going to continue into map 2, and they are running out of time. They will be able to contest this at the last second, but this Pulse Bomb, it's got to go big. Lethal has already built up another duplicate. This is huge.
And you're gonna have to send Luca into the Hornet's Nest. It feels like someone has gonna have to be able to touch, but they're all kind of stuck inside of this room. And at this point, there's really nothing left to be given. Lethal is having the time of their life. We were talking about the insanity of Vision. Lethal and Icy just shouldered the burden in this final team fight, completely denying Timeless Obsidian a capture of point A. They still did get 75.9% on the board, Jag, but what a heartbreaking last second attempt from Timeless Obsidian.
I like what Timeless Obsidian did. They took the meta and flipped it on its head a little bit. It's still the Junker Queen brawl, but you try to go for that pincer with the DPS on flanks. You know, you send your Tracer out, you send your Echo out, who has a Mercy pocket as well, but they just never found a way to really actually engage that high ground. Meanwhile, LeftRightGnight, they have a complete counter comp. They have, like I talked about before, heroes that can just fly away, or the more immobile ones, they have protection there. So the kind of like philosophy and coaching behind this composition is genius, and it works out to perfection. They do give up 2 ticks, 75.9% on the point, excuse me, but it's not a full capture. So Timeless Obsidian, there is a world where they can win this, but they have to have a full hold, the fullest of holds here, be able to hold here on point 1 and sneak out a map 2 victory and tie it up 1-1. It's going to be very difficult for them. The spawn, I think the one advantage they have is the spawn is much further away for attackers. One unique things about Nabani versus some other maps is how far away and how long it takes you to get back to the point as an attacker. But you know, if they lose a fight, like, it's over. Like, they lose one fight and you're basically just going to be throwing bodies at the point, hoping that something works out, and it's going to be very difficult for it to work out. And now LeftRightGnight going to make some more changes with a Bastion now going to be added to the mix.
And you still have Luca on this Junker Queen. If they lose high ground, they're stuck down below, and you've basically given it up to LeftRightGnight with no contestation. All stuck inside of the bend, now ready to make their approach. Bastion inside of turret form, and just like that, complete control given up. Vision, the Bastion turret form, Timeless Obsidian, the defense just was not there. How could it be when you're being manipulated so expertly by LeftRightGnight? A walk in the park for this team, and Numbani is theirs now on Series Point.
Bat an eye, and it is over. LeftRightGnight, a great defense that sets up an intensely quick attack. You saw they did exactly what Timeless Obsidian was trying to do the entire time they were on the attack. They were trying to get a pincer. But I think the main difference here is that they just have all of that upfront damage with the Bastion. They don't have to send anyone like a Tracer on the flank as well. They throw them straight up the high ground. Then you have a Echo who's not even pocketed, just on the outside, doing a lot of burst damage with those sticky grenades. And that's it. Stick grenades plus the focusing beam, and that is elimination. And one by one, Timeless is saying they fall. And unfortunately for them, now this is the time to panic just a little bit. And an 0-2 hole going into map 3, that is not where you want to be.
No, it's not. We're going to find out if the pressure for Timeless Obsidian is going to crumble them or turn them into diamonds. And this is the moment where the reverse sweep needs to begin. Timeless Obsidian needs to figure out what's been going wrong. Why is this not working? Why did we choose Numbani and stick with a brawl style composition, right? That just hadn't been working out. It felt like for almost the entirety of that map, basically, their defense crumbled almost immediately, and LeftRightGnight is just so firmly in control, and it feels like your prediction, Jag, might be coming true. But we are going to go to a small break. Before we do, I want to remind everyone that if you go onto Twitter or X.com, go ahead and using the hashtag BCBEncore, tweet something out. Tweet your crazy thoughts about what's happening in this series, in this tournament in general. We'd love to get what your opinions are, because we'll be showing them here on stream. So go ahead, do that while we're in break. Because once we do, we're going to figure out if LeftRightGnight is going to close things out on our next map of Push, or Timeless Obsidian is going to begin a reverse sweep. Map number 3. Final chance here for Timeless Obsidian to begin the reverse sweep. It all is going to be taking place here, Jag, on Colosseo, a push map, and the first time that we get to see it here tonight on the Barry Community Blast.
I think Coliseum makes a lot of sense. This is going to be once again Timeless Obsidian's pick, but I think if you're trying to run a brawl comp, you want to run it here because this is one of the maps for push that has the most, I would say, take corridors. You know, there's a lot of room where you're just brawling. There isn't a lot of high ground you're really trying to contest that often. So you're just kind of running at your opponent and hoping that it works out. Problem is, so far, it has not worked out for Timeless Obsidian. We saw them go up against an Orisa from Icy on New Junk City. It was a great counter pick from Icy, seemed to kind of mitigate a lot of what was trying to be done on the side of Timeless Obsidian. Then on the last map, they tried to run sort of a brawl dive hybrid, trying to take the high ground with the Junker Queen, but also trying to play on the side with the Echo and the Tracer, but they could never really fully initiate an actual pincer approach. They were never actually able to initiate a fight. And here they are, 0-2, staring at that lower bracket. It could be very well in their future.
And with the way that LeftRightGnight has been playing it, it's something that they really have to try and prevent as best they can. It's been so difficult for them. It feels like whenever they try to have an answer, LeftRightGnight has an even better one, it feels like. And the map choice of Numbani kind of leaving us a little bit in question of what the decision making there was for Timeless Obsidian. Maybe they were thinking, okay, we can try and abuse this situation. Maybe LeftRightGnight is kind of in a similar position that we're in, where they don't have that dive style under complete control. Regardless, whatever it was, whatever might be going on here, Colosseo, Timeless Obsidian has to show us what they're really made of. Maybe New Junk City, with what we saw out of them, wasn't that comfort pick, wasn't that map where they felt like they were going to get the most value. Numbani, we won't talk about that too much. Colosseo here, though, like you've been saying, it's that map where you can really get in the face of your opponent. It's just, can they do it against LeftRightGnight? That has proven time and time again. They're able to take that away from them. They're able to answer back against them in so many different ways. And I do like the idea of Colosseo, right? Especially the more claustrophobic nature of when you're actually inside the Coliseum itself. It's just once you start going across the bend, when you start factoring in that high ground, how is Timeless Obsidian going to answer that question? They didn't have the answers for that on Numbani, and they need to figure out what the answer is going to be here for this on Colosseo, and how they're going to approach the sort of different nature of when Colosseo transitions from close quarters to that high ground bridge area.
I think it's danged if you do, danged if you don't, because like you said, there is high ground. Like, we're not going to pretend it doesn't exist, because it definitely exists on Colosseo. But look at Esperanza, look at New Queen City, or New Queen Street, excuse me, and those are much more, like, way more high ground based. There's high ground everywhere on the map, at least for Colosseo. That initial fight, like you said, it's, you know, very close quarters. There's not a lot of high ground, but you look at basically every part of Esperanza and every part of New Queen Street, and there is somewhere to just be up above. So I think this is the best choice. But this is probably, you know, I'm sure they were wishing the map pool was a little bit differently organized right now, because this is just not going to be in their third whatsoever. And I want to bring attention again to Icy, because, you know, this is a player who's been in contenders for a very long time. It's been playing since 2016. That is 8 years. That is a crazy amount of time to be, like, competing in this game. But they have such a vast hero pool, as I said before. Like, they were a diva player originally, but you can see that they have been able to play more of the main style tanks, not that you've swapped into a one tank sort of game. So I think in the last map, you're underestimating the fact that, you know, Icy can play that diva, can play more of a dive centric tank that can contest the high ground. Now you're saying, all right, we're going to force you back onto that brawl tank. Show us what you got, bro. And before, they won the matchup with Orisa. We saw the Junker Queen very briefly. So I'm very intrigued to see what they end up bringing out on the side of LeftRightGnight, because they have definitely been the more flexible team overall.
They have been, and that flexibility has been leaning so well into LeftRightGnight. And I mean, we're seeing all kinds of different forms, different ways that this team likes to play, and you can see it in Vision and Lethal. These two DPS players were having the time of their life on Numbani. Vision was clearing everyone who dared to enter into the Skyon and then Ashe, and then that's not even factoring in what Lethal was doing with Echo, right? And no matter what they were duplicating, it felt like they were getting so much value out of the hero that they were duplicating time and time again. But now we're seeing Timeless Obsidian versus LeftRightGnight here on Colosseo. Final chance for Timeless Obsidian to turn things around back in their favor.
Looks like we might be running back mostly what we saw on New Junk City. This is going to be a change with Vision, going to be going for the Hanzo, the one-hit wonder, trying to get some logs thrown at the way of Timeless Obsidian. Timeless Obsidian is going to go for this crazy rotation that you can see they are not going to even bother trying to contest where the bot spawns. They're going to try to take this high ground and try to cut off.
What is this?
LeftRightGnight, but I mean, you can see that LeftRightGnight says, hello, anyone home? And I believe that, yeah, Lethal spots them out, so they just flip basically the spawn size. And oh, I've seen this before. Season 1.
Wait a minute.
It was on King's Row, but it's not working out here for Dove like it did for Surefour.
Oh, and already Dove is in a very dangerous spot that they do not want to be in. No HP, and then you're being hunted down by Vision, who knows where you are. Take that away. Never mind Vision. It's just going to be left. The support knew how low Dove was, and that's just going to be easy pick'ems. The strategy from Timeless Obsidian not working out for them at all. Dove giving up ideations of grandeur on the Widowmaker, switches over to the Soldier 76, but by the time they get back over to their team, Jag, they're gone.
Yeah, this Pushbot's already starting to make some progress. Again, you're seeing these fights from Timeless Obsidian. They're just taking so long that they're losing members late, which means they're going to have to play around their spawn timers, which means they can't go for a full regroup right away. LeftRightGnight has been so good at punishing out Timeless when they just don't fall easily, you know? I think the consensus is like, you know, in quick plays, like, oh, you know, I want to stay alive as long as possible. No, if you lose the fight, you want to die, you want to get back to your team so you can regroup and get back at this, but instead you're giving up so much time, so much space, and Ultimate's already going to be coming flying out here on the side of LeftRightGnight.
And then you're forcing Luca to go past the amplification matrix. This, I don't even know how Vision got Dove. It must have been just like a quick flick over to them, or Dove dove right into it. I don't know. Icy's Terra Surgeon, but Timeless Obsidian is just falling apart at the seams, it feels like. Dynasty, though, still does have some fight left in them. May have just saved the day for Timeless Obsidian, or at the very least given them that fighting chance.
Their capture point is coming up, and I think that LeftRightGnight's either gonna have to fight for it 3v5 or just give up. I think they're gonna run for the hills, try to run through the middle of the map. So they're gonna just give up, and that's a good play. And Lethal actually gets taken on the way out. So Dynasty with some clutch plays to stop that capture point from happening. It stops the forward spawn from being gone just yet. And now LeftRightGnight, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. So Dynasty finally coming up with some hero plays. I feel like there's someone who's been caught out just a little bit over the course of the series. I'm thinking back to especially on New Junk City when they swapped the Genji and immediately got taken out, forcing a 4v5 on that last point. But now here's some hero plays of their own.
Oh yeah, you're seeing them trying to bully them off the high ground, get rid of it here. Timeless Obsidian learning their lessons from the last map, but they're not learning that Vision, Lep, and Icy and LeftRightGnight, if they're breathing, if they're still on this field, they are going to fight with every breath they have. Timeless Obsidian gone and out of here.
The good news, though, for Timeless Obsidian, only the one ultimate. They only use the sound barrier. They forced out Lep to use their own to match it. And now LeftRightGnight, all they have is this Dragon Strike, which is going to be from a very precarious position. They try to throw it up to the high ground. Timeless Obsidian, they're going to have everything besides that sound barrier. They've got Dragon Blade, Overclock. They're going to be using the Annihilation right away. The Dragon Strike going to be thrown and trying to counter it out. And all that, it's a trade for trade. No Baptiste alive.
No Baptiste, and now no May for LeftRightGnight. So very close to getting the forward spawn, but the denial comes in. Both of these teams are so strong and answering back against each other, but it's still, Jag, LeftRightGnight in the lead, and Timeless Obsidian with less than double digits in meterage.
They might be able to finally get some now. That was double DPS ultimates from LeftRightGnight. I think they really overcommitted to that fight. Being in a losing position, Dragon Strike is very like risky to get, you know, value unless you if you combo with the Terra Surge, it's like a mini Graviton Surge, that could get a lot of value, but instead they throw out the Blizzard as well. And Timeless, they're gonna have so much work with Timeless Obsidian. I mean, they've got everything besides an Annihilation Sound Barrier. They are probably gonna be trying to go for the Blade just momentarily, but no, Dynasty again taken out.
There was an opportunity right there. Dynasty wanted to commit as best they could, but it's just all over again. LeftRightGnight, they just not giving Timeless Obsidian anything.
Yeah, I love that Icy is using the duck skin too, because it takes so much tension out of the situation. You're like, oh, this is so close. This is neck and neck. It's Duck Orisa. It's Bevelback Duck Orisa. Yeah, quacking all
Quack,
the way
quack.
to potentially a 3-0. And Timeless
And
again,
forward
like,
response?
oh, so close. They don't get it quite yet, but they need to press Q first. I feel like they're taking so long to initiate these fights that even though they have these ult advantages, it doesn't really matter if LeftRightGnight is taking the fight first and winning.
You really do have to make sure you keep an eye on Vision. This one player has denied Dragon Blaze. They've denied DPS that goes into their backline over and over. But is it go time? Is it for real? Dove and Dynasty, keep your eye on these two DPS. Oh, the beautiful barrier from Left, sound barrier, and then continuing it even further. Lumino is getting pressured by Dynasty, but they're still flicking back over to rip the head off of Unread. And then you're going even further on that. Dove, quick rocket strike up there. But that was the last breath, the last gasp from them. Left, right, good night. This bot is going back and forth, but really, it's still in their territory. It's still in their home.
You know what really stinks for Dynasty 2 is that in the previous fight, there was no sound barrier online. Lep gets it for this one, uses it after the Immortality Field has expired, knowing that they need to save their Baptiste. And it's just one of those things, again, where if they were able to use it last fight, instead of Dynasty being taken out by a Mei right click, that could have completely changed the complexion of this matchup. But now, finally, we're going to see that initial first point being unlocked. That's going to be better spawn for the side of LeftRightGnight. And they're, again, like completely just in control. They're going to use a Blizzard, and they're going to catch out Dove.
You caught him on the stairway. Nowhere to go except for right back into the spawn room for this player. Vision, 360 degrees it feels like for this Hanzo, looking all over the place. The next target they're going to chew through. One support down, maybe try to go for the next one. Dynasty finally gets rid of the other Shimada bro, and they've come online in a very big way. It was a 3K, but at this stage, LeftRightGnight has the forward spawns, Jack. You get rid of Icy, but LeftRightGnight can just come back into this.
It's going to contest this, so it's just killing time. I really like this. Because, yeah, I mean, sure, that's a late kill, but your Lucio will get back quickly. Everyone else gets forward spawn anyway. And there's only 3 minutes left. So any second, or every second that you're able to take off the clock is another second that's in your favor, knowing how far you've gotten the bot. While Timeless Obsidian, they haven't gotten it even halfway towards that initial checkpoint. So really good play by Lep. And now they've got to try to fight finally in the middle. It's going to get rid of that initial forward spawn. Now they've gotten it back to the center of the map. But they can't really find any advantages outside of, like, getting it a little bit of push.
No, they can't even push further back with that Dragon Strike. Luca had nowhere to go and actually ends up killing themselves. A horrendous result that they were not expecting. Dynasty trying to find value out of the Dragon Blade. They get one, had to block in order to save themselves, being hunted down by the Mei. But this is what Timeless Obsidian needed. Jag, they need to string together win after win, team fight after team fight.
I thought for a second there that LeftRightGnight had it. They had a really nice Mei, well, as you said. Luca blows himself up with the splash damage, but it's going to be Dynasty saving the day again. 2 fights in a row. We've seen them pop off, really show up and show out. But the problem is that, you know, they're running out of time. They do have some ultimates in their bank at least, but Lep with the sound barrier could counter Graviton Surge. Dove has to find some heads potentially with their overclock. And you're just not getting enough progress, I think, realistically, for what you want.
Ooh, Dove looking all over the place. Lethal was right in front of them, but the ice block saving it in the nick of time. And they've gotten rid of Dynasty on that Genji, put them down on the ground below. So low for Dove, but bailed out just in the nick of time by their support. But same cannot be said for Unread. Same cannot be said for the rest of Timeless Obsidian. Left, right, good night. Left, right, punching Timeless Obsidian away.
Only a minute left, and Dove tries to use the overclock to save the team, but they're on the low ground. Everyone from LeftRightGnight is on the high ground. They couldn't find the angles. They didn't have the power slide available to try to jump up to the high ground, and now they're going to try to swap to the Widow, something the Dynasty did earlier and did not find a lot of success on. They do find Lethal, but all the while, this cart is getting movement, so they have moved it all the way back. That's going to be the Graviton Surge. I don't know if it caught anyone. It got thrown out, but regardless, it looks like the fight by Timeless Obsidian is being won, and now I mean, Unread's just moving the cart all the way back.
Yeah, look at how much space it's gaining, and they may even be able to get some meterage off of this before LeftRightGnight regroups. But with just 30 seconds on the clock and almost double the Timeless Obsidian has, LeftRightGnight is still in a phenomenal position.
Unred has to stay alive. This sound barrier is everything. If you fall early, or if you Ajax or anything like that is disaster. That is your saving grace right now. You're gonna use Coalescence probably first to try to get some damage done, but that sound barrier comes out, try to save one. But Unred, caught by the main wall. Not like this. They barely get out.
Barely get out with their life dynasties blown up by the dynamite. Now Lethal's looking to freeze out the competition. Thankfully, though, for Lucas, switching over to the Arista, the right call keeps him safe, and a beautiful javelin keeps him stuck on the ground. But you forgot about Bob. The next member, they get pushed off, and LeftRightGnight making their mark in a 3-0 fashion against Timeless Obsidian, continuing in on this upper bracket.
I think we're just cursed that we can't see beyond, the first to two, first to three. Like, we're not seeing any extra maps. We're not seeing teams go the full distance just yet. But I gotta say, this map was a lot closer than Numbani. This was showing a lot more shades of what we saw on New Junk City. I felt like New Junk City, that last point where Timeless just got completely out-rotated. They just didn't take the high ground. They couldn't use ultimates as they kept falling first. That led into Numbani, where they just had the wind taken out of their sails. Here, we see them punch back. We see them go for some really crazy strats, trying to go for the bait rotation, like on King's Row from Season 1 of Overwatch League, the Gladiators pulled off in playoffs against the Spitfire. That was like a throwback. I felt like it was 2018 once again, but unlike 2018, this time it did not work out for them. Unfortunately, Vision was the wiser, did see what was coming, was able to try to poke them out, then let followed up for the final blow. But they did fight. Like I think it was the thing. Timeless Obsidian, they looked very flat in the Bonnie here. It was very close. It came down, honestly, to that last fight. I think if Unred doesn't get caught out like that, and they have to, panic, they have to use the Coalescence, they have to use the sound barrier right after, that fight could have looked very different. But unfortunately, the rotations, again, just like on New Junk City, here they get punished quite a bit by LeftRightGnight.
It was a series that we were hoping was going to go the distance, but LeftRightGnight proving that they are very strong. And Jag, hey, that puts you at 2 for 2 now, buddy. You're on fire with the predictions, and turns out maybe a little bit of that bias was working in your favor. Hey, there you go.
I mean, I've heard, clearly not from myself, that color casters and analysts kind of have a better idea of what's going on. Nothing against play-by-plays. Clearly not my own opinion or anything like that.
Gosh,
I just think here, I mean, Timeless Obsidian's a really good team. Let's get that straight. And I think another thing is, you see the synergy, you see that they've been playing together longer. It's a really good bet that they're going to just be the team to beat. I just think that the coordination from there, you saw at the beginning, and then it kind of fell apart after the counter picks came out from the side of LeftRightGnight. The Orisa seemed to be a really big thorn in their side. They didn't really know how to compete with it. And again, I feel like the momentum, the way that map, the Flashpoint 4 ended on New Jersey, I'm going to keep going back to that because that was just so one-sided, so different than anything else we saw. It kind of crept into the rest of the series. I'm glad to see that they did get some more pep in their step going into this third map. They still made it competitive. They still made it very winnable. But I just don't think they ever really would get over that hump, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just, this is a team that you can see is formulating the ideas of what they need to do in order to succeed. It's just being able to capitalize on that. And we also saw from the winners bracket, though, that with this win from LeftRightGnight, they are going to go into the semifinals against Starburst. And well, that's all going to be happening tomorrow. But we still have more action left tonight. We also are going to be having an interview set up here that's going to be happening after this break. A lot more of the Barry Community Blast Encore still to go, including this interview. So we'll be right back after this break. fresh off of a victory, left, right, good night. We've managed to grab none other than Lep themselves. Lep, first of all, massive congratulations to you, my friend. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing just fine, actually. Had a nice little 40-minute bike session in between our matches. Feeling good, feeling energized, feeling prepared.
Okay, so now I got a first question for you. This working out stuff that you're talking about here, this being in shape and whatnot, does that help? Does it like actually give you more gaming prowess?
Oh yeah. Being able to something like cardio is like steroids for gamers, because if you think about it, right, like those high stress situations that you're in, whenever you're in game, if you can replicate it out of game and consistently like maintain your calmness, it's OP.
There you have it. Chat, if you want to get good at video games, get in shape.
More motivation for me to finally go to the gym this year. But I gotta ask, like, you've had a great career, obviously even in the Overwatch League previously, but I want to talk actually about your experience coaching and calling out heroes. I'm wondering, like, does that give you new perspective on the game? Has that kind of helped elevate your own play going into this tournament?
Yeah, actually. So because of the role that I play traditional main support. A lot of what I do is macro, and that's like a lot of big picture stuff. That's a lot of thinking. That's a lot of decision making, and I love teaching. Right? I think a big part of leadership is being able to teach other people and instruct them, and be able to see that level of improvement. So translating that, just coaching, helping out other teams, especially whenever it comes to calling out heroes, and even before, whenever I was in contenders, like helping out other teams, even though it's not like the best, and I got in trouble for it. Yeah, I feel like it really strengthens my core and my values as a player and my fundamentals. It's really important.
Things we love to hear. And I want to talk about, making those adjustments, making those changes. We saw you guys start out with the Joker Queen very early on in the series, but then had to have a restart because of lobby settings. And then Icy was almost exclusively on the Orisa from then on, minus Nabani with D.Va. So was that, a switch you had planned out already, depending on the comp that you saw, or was that something kind of more in the moment that you guys thought of after the restart?
We rolled out on Queen because we warmed up on Queen, and we kind of just autopiloted. And then once we rolled out and realized that this is not the comp that we normally play, we just decided to swap and play our normal stuff. This is kind of a funny situation. Icy was literally saying, he was like, I didn't even notice that my HP was different.
Sometimes you just get in that brain, right? You get in that mode, that autopilot mode, and you just like, all right, whatever, we'll full send it, but then you get snapped out of it. Hey, regardless of whatever happened there, I mean, LeftRightGnight played phenomenally. And so now I'm actually kind of curious about how this team is feeling, especially with all of the news that has come out recently, with a lot more Overwatch esports to look forward to, and especially for yourself, Lev, what's the general feeling that you have internally?
Oh, there's a lot of excitement. A lot of excitement, especially I think it's going to be really good for the players themselves. Unfortunately, my team is going to disband after this tournament due to some collegiate conflicts. 3 of our players have to play for their collegiate teams, and me and Icy are the only 2 that are actually able to join other teams. But yeah, it's really exciting. Looking forward to the orgs coming back, hopefully. And even if they don't, I mean, looking forward to being able to like win and qualify and go to LANs,
Absolutely. I think that's what has us all so very excited about the future of Overwatch esports. But again, hey, congratulations to you, Lep, and congratulations to LeftRightGnight, what you're able to accomplish tonight. Any shout outs that you want to give before we let you go?
I'd like to shout out my team. I really appreciate them supporting me, and the support system that we have set up is really nice. I'd also like to give a shout out to one of my favorite flex supports named Squid, one of my best friends. Guy's an awesome guy, awesome, well-rounded dude, and I hope he has a wonderful day.
Oh my goodness, look at that. You're giving well tidings. I love that. I genuinely love that. Well, Lep, thank you so much for joining us on here. We are very excited to see how the semifinals are going to go for you and your team, and excited to see just how far you're going to be able to take it with LeftRightGnight.
Yep, thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. All right, Jag. Hey, it's been an incredible night of Overwatch so far, but guess what? We still have one more series left to go through. Listen, I need to get your vibe on this. I need to get a vibe check going.
Well, first, I just want to say, I said this earlier, this is a great probing ground. I mean, look at Lep and Icy. They're going to be free agents after this, so if you want to boast up your team, they are playing really well right now, so definitely be on the lookout for them. But moving on to this next matchup, I feel like, so far the first two matchups, good vibes, even the teams that have lost, there's still some hope for the rest of their tournament run. This is going to be very, very do or die. We're going to the lower bracket, to the losers bracket now. This is it. Whichever team we see that loses next, they're done. Their dream of winning this tournament, winning the Barry Community Blast Encore, it is kaput, finished, over. So this is going to be very, very dire, and I feel like we're going to see a lot more pressure for both of these teams.
I can't believe we're already going to be having this on the very first night, and that we're going to be seeing one team going home live on broadcast. So this is not something you want to miss out on. Go refill your drinks, get some more popcorn, get some snacks, stand up and stretch, because it is all about to go down after the break here on the Barry Community Blast Encore.
Change a thing.
A big, massive thank you to everyone who has been waiting so patiently for us to get back in. We do have a small update because, well, if you take a look at our nice leaderboard right there, well, Rift is currently sitting 1 up against Susasnoo on map number 1 of Suravasa. These teams, they just get so excited they can't help themselves. They want to get into Overwatch and they can't help but commend them a little bit for that. But you know, we missed out on all of that juicy action.
I mean, especially since it was a 3-2, that must have been one heck of a first map, but I'm not surprised at all. Both these teams have some very impressive rosters that hopefully you'll actually be able to view this time when we get into map 2. You know, hopefully we're not on the sidelines for this one, but that's working in live production. You know, sometimes you just gotta wait to catch up, and at least we're gonna be able to catch the last 2 maps of the series at the very least. I mean, if this first map is any indication of what's to come, we could finally see a map 4 and maybe even that mythical map 5 in our future. I think it was important to mention that Susasnoo actually came off of a map 5 loss to get into the lower bracket. They fell, I believe, to, gotta look at my notes here, Samsara. So that was a very close series. And now they're trying to, you know, scratch their way back in. Rift, they've been in the lower bracket since the first round. They actually fell 2-0 to Starburst, and they're just trying to stay alive in this. So 2 teams that, you know, started out a little bit differently, but now find themselves in the same predicament.
Yeah, and we were even talking about it before going live about the pedigree that Susasnoo has, and we were kind of figuring that they were going to be the ones to take this matchup against Rift, but Rift is coming out swinging. Rift is showing us what they're made of. So let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters real quick before we get into map number 2, starting off with none other than the winner of the last map, Rift.
And I think the big thing to look at here, I think the 2 big ones are probably Anion, previously support from the Excelsior, was on that roster all of last season, has been also tearing it up and calling out heroes. And I want to look specifically at Astronex, who I've known for a very long time, used to be back on Bear Claw Gaming back in the day. I think they've, you know, been getting more of their name out there. They were on Team Canada during the World Cup as their starting tank. And I think this is someone that has a lot of potential. So if they're able to win the tank matchup up front, you can have the rest of the team kind of just fry your opponent and hope overpower them.
And like we've been saying time and time again, these teams, seeing the rosters that they're working with, it's no wonder that they've made it this far, that they are in the top 16 and have made it into what is now in the lowest bracket technically, but still impressive nonetheless. And now we look over at Susasnoo themselves, and a lot of names are jumping out as on this roster as well to me, Jag.
I think the thing is you might have too many cooks in the kitchen here, which I know sounds crazy, but look at how much talent this roster has. For tank, you only have Infected, so you're kind of good to go there, but how do you pick 2 DPS out of these 4? I think all of them are good. I think Sionjun might be the most unknown, but this guy actually played for Seoul Dynasty at one point. But Zera, Chopper, and Shree, all NA talents who have just climbed their way up the ladder from community tournaments, or some of them that I used to play against, all the way to like the highest tier of tier 2 in contenders. And then Landon, of course, my boy, again, that Spitfire bias. I worked with him. I think the best Baptiste potentially in the entire world, but you know, it's just like, again, like, who do you pick here for support? Because all 3 of them are really, really talented.
I've got updates for you here, Jag. Got updates for you here. I'm internally screaming at this news because, well, guess what? We have map 1, and apparently we have map 2 done now. Once we get the leaderboard or the scoreboard updated for that, we will We'll figure out who won. Okay, so it's Rift again in 3-2. So Survasa and Blizzard World both 3-2 in the favor of Rift. And so now, in a striking turn of events here, Jag, Rift is now sitting on series point. And, well, guess what? Backs against the wall here for our team of Susasnoo. All gonna take place on Esperanza. This is like information coming at us at breakneck speeds, Jag.
I feel so bad for our prod team. I know they're doing their best to sort this out. You know, again, the players, they're excited. This is a very high intensity scenario. Both teams facing elimination. Everyone just wants to play the game and focus on that. So, yeah, shout out to our prod team doing the best they can to try to catch up with this. We're fortunately going to get into this map 3. It's really interesting because, you know, we're going to miss almost all of the buildup, and it's either we're just going to see a 1-0 series or we're going to see a reverse sweep. You know, it's one way or the other. One way or the other, and either way, there's going to be a lot of intensity still. Like, it's going to keep building up and building up and building up. We've already missed so much of the suspense.
I know.
So now we just see, it's just like, in your face, screaming at you like elimination match, Susasnoo, they could go home, and that would be, I think, a big surprise, a bit of an upset. This is an organization that has been around for quite a while, was actually dormant for about 2 years, is making their grand return now after, being out of existence in the Overwatch scene. And this is not the way they want to go out whatsoever. It looks like we're going to get our answer of who's playing, so no Chopper going to be in the DPS lineup just yet, and going to be CJ and on the main support role, so... it's just one of those things where, again, like, I'm wondering, is this the best lineup you can run? And so far, it looks like maybe not. Maybe things are going wrong, because they are, again, down. Seriously, when you look at the seed numbers, Susasnoo was number 3 coming into this. They swept their group. Rift was the second seed coming out of theirs. With the second team, they lost a match. And they're about to get just a clean sweep over Susasnoo.
It feels like a David and Goliath moment, honestly, Jag. But the doors have opened. Map number 3, Rift on series point. Susasnoo needs to pull everything out of the woodworks to take on this team that has been unstoppable. It feels like, can we even, it also just raised more questions. Both of those maps were 3-2s. How close was it for Susasnoo? Was it the difference between one play that Rift was able to win out on it, or what had been going on in those matchups? That's something that we're going to be missing out on. And hey, little technical pause real quick. Sound looking like Astro DC there, unfortunately. So, hey, you know what? Final match of the evening. Everything that's going to be happening, well, it's going to be happening right now. But, Jag, this does give us a chance to talk about the composition that we saw, which, for both teams, the exact same one as that Ramatra style composition with the Sojourn May on the DPS line and the Lucio Kiriko, I believe, for the support.
I did see a bat, at least for Anion. So I'm going to be honest, I wasn't looking at the hero comps right away. I was trying to see the positioning of them. So that's on me. It's been a little bit since we've been in game, so I'm just trying to get my noggin working, get the analysis.
You were right on the
Baptiste.
You were right on the Baptiste.
Yeah, but I think the big thing here that really surprises me is that both teams want to run the Ramatra. I think we've seen overall that the Junker Queen or the Orisa has been the counter. It seems like just the counter play has been better than the mirror play. And again, we haven't seen the last two maps, so unfortunately we can't say, oh, well, they've tried this and it doesn't work. Why did they keep running the mirror matchup? But my assumption is if they're running it here, they've probably been running it the entire time. I said it earlier, usually teams don't swap what they're doing in the middle of a series unless it's like really, really dire.
Right.
So if you're losing the mirror matchup, it's interesting that you're running it back here on the side of Susasnoo, because again, they are down 0-2 in this series.
And you also had to think about, with the map choice of Blizzard World being in favor of Susasnoo, what had been going on there, and you think of the way that Blizzard World is played out, right? Probably are going into that nature, going into that way. We're getting more updates.
There's so many unknowns. There's so many, like, we could literally make up a story of how that second map happened, because we honestly only know the bottom line. Like, we only know the score line. So there's so many things we could say about it. I think we can look at the current map, and I think Esperanza is an interesting one, because I said it before, I think if we're going to be looking at like a brawl, like a Ramatra comp, you want to go to Coliseum, because there's a lot more, like, there's much closer areas to kind of just brawl out in. But Esperanza has so much high ground to contest, so teams might be trying to set up there and fight there after the first initial engagement.
Yeah, crazy things that are going to be going on in this matchup. We're still working throughout these technical issues, these networking issues that were happening. Unfortunate DC came through. So once again, we do thank you all so much for your patience, for sticking it out with us this long through all the crazy shenanigans that are going on in this lower bracket round. A quick reminder to everyone who just popped in, we are on map 3. Rift is currently sitting at that series point 2-0 against Susasnoo, with both of those maps being a 3-2 banger of maps, which we unfortunately did not get a chance to see. And so now we're going to watch all of the action unfold here with Esperanza. And also a reminder to everyone who is watching right now, if you want to give us your thoughts and whatever's going on in your little noggins about the Barry Community Blast Encore, go to Twitter, go to x.com, and using the hashtag BCB Encore, tell us what you're thinking. We want to know, because we want to show it off here on stream. And there has been a lot of exciting action tonight, even if we don't factor in what's been happening here on this particular matchup. We did have the Amplify versus Pirates and Pyjamas game. and then the LeftRightGnight versus Timeless Obsidian. So much has been going on, Jag, and there is still so much action that's going to be happening the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, and I think this would be a good time while we have this pause to take a look at the bracket and see exactly how things are going. Just take a look in to see what else has been happening across the tournament if we can. And there we go. Look, it's so pretty. It's so nice. I also just want to say we love like the vibe of like the aesthetics here. Like this look kind of like retro. It's so cool. So clean. So absolutely have loved it. And yeah, here we are. So I think looking at like ahead, looking in the upper bracket, I think Amplify versus Samsara tomorrow is going to be one heck of a match. I think that's the match to look out for, to be honest, because these are two teams that have not dropped the series at all. They've dropped a few maps here and there, but not lost a series. So it's two teams like undefeated juggernauts gonna be battling it out. And I think looking at like, you know, the journey that Susasnoo took to got here, like they lost to Samsara. They dropped in the second round, but Rift dropped really early. That might, like, I'm wondering if that's an advantage because you lose quickly, right?
Right.
You lose in 0-2, but then you also have another match to play after that because there was a losers round 1 before this. We've already said goodbye to some teams off stream, unfortunately. So to those, thank you for participating. Unlucky, GG, go next. But there's the kind of idea of like, oh, well, maybe you are going to get burnt out because you've been playing for so long, or maybe you're even more warmed up because you've been playing for longer. And so far, it seems like it's the latter because Rift, again, they are up 2-0 and they are on series point.
Ooh, Chime dipping dangerous territories, but pulled out before dipping their toes into it again. They're going back and forth. Chime is the one who wants to play this game of danger, but they're somehow walking away with it every single time. X10 draws the first blood, and Susasnoo needs to begin to find that exit point. Get out of there. They've lost out on CJ, and they've lost out a lot of that maneuverability, but we're still seeing Infected wanting to go into this Nemesis form toe-to-toe with Astro next, turn their attention back over, seeing inside of this room. Tree answering back in kind with one of their own, both of the Lucios out of here, but...
Well, at that point, you're just stalling out for as long as possible, just trying to kill as much time off the parts. I think is the real advantage. I was saying it before. Nice shots you can make, especially with a soldier, and try to get that railgun charge and then just pops. But I think the big thing is that I think the big thing is that it's gonna also, like, besides the back ultimate, both of them have 4-on-4, but actually that's just gonna be an elimination right off the bat there.
Okay, Rift. How are they handling this? What is going to be the plan now? Susasnoo, so much in the lead, forcing out a barrier from Ymitra. Is this going to be good enough? No, it's not. The frozen tundra of Zira. They cannot do anything about this. Rift continuing to be on the back foot. Susasnoo not taking the losses of the first two maps personally, instead ready to bring it back into Rift. And even through an annihilation, Astronex not finding anything.
And this is the advantage the high ground gives you, is that you can engage quickly. You saw them immediately pop the Blizzard from the high ground, from the top rope, just jump right on top of them. And there really wasn't much that Rift could do. They did try to use the sound barrier as a counter, but this wasn't good enough. Tree does overextend a little bit, so while there will be a celebration for getting that forward spawn, Susasnoo's just going to give it up immediately. They are not going to try to push this anymore. They don't want to lose a fight that's probably already lost, and they're just going to regroup on the high ground, wait for their member to come back, and yeah, continue to control this.
And because they had that forward spawn, they don't have to wait very long for Tree to get there. This is still a fantastic moment for Susasnoo to bring it back over onto Rift. Like you said, control of that high ground. And Rift is going to try and contest forward. The ice wall may throw things into chaos. Never mind, chaos is in the form of X10. A beautiful railgun headshot out of that overclock. And Tree has been taken out of here immediately as well, but still in advantage of those forward spawns, and Rift is not able to gain much more other than that. They're going to see the Blizzard being expended, but nothing more beyond that. Infected, though, with that Annihilation, is still going to be taken out through this, and X10 give them a medal, pat them on the back, because they're keeping Rift in this, and they're keeping the Rift dream alive.
Yeah, this dream, this upset is looking more and more likely of every elimination. Tree has been eliminated first in the last 3 engagements. Just this Sojourn not finding the right positioning, constantly being called out. The first time I felt like it was just on them, but it seems like Rift now is trying to focus them down. And you can see more and more progress being given. Infected also using that Annihilation. That's very costly. They could have been a big team fight ultimate later on, but instead using it when they were caught out by the Blizzard. There's got to be a contest here. Susasnoo's trying to rotate all the way through the back. They will stop before there is going to be that forward progress game, but they're going to be running right into an Ant Matrix.
And both sides have kind of swapped sides, as a matter of fact. Immortality Field from Anyun being expended. Zera taking it out, now looking over towards the back line. Tree does have that overclock ready and willing to go, but look at how close Rift is to being able to get this. And now with Infected gone, that is the go signal. Yamitra popping the barrier, not as a moment of defense, but as a moment to make sure that they are able to secure this. Both teams tied in the meterage, but once we get through this stall out, Rift is going to take the lead.
The butt scratch is done. They finally got in the forward progress to officially take the lead. And the problem is that, yeah, you gotta kind of run into them if you're Susasnoo. Like, you flip spawns, so you're kind of at this weird spot on the map. Tree's just getting run over. You're trying to catch out their man on the other side. This is just all sorts of, like, all over the place. And now, it still trades on trades. No one's cleanly winning this, but it does look like Susasnoo will pull ahead.
It took them a little bit of time to get there. The forward spawns are still in favor of Rift. And coming back into this next team fight, Chime does have that Blizzard. An opportunity here for Rift to go for that recontest. Susasnoo needs to win at least one more and then go through the forward spawn once more.
Yeah, and CJ very keenly already used that sound barrier, so those extra shields that could have helped them sustain and survive through that Blizzard, not going to be there at this point. You're kind of relying on your Lucio just to speed boost you out and hope that you can survive otherwise. But if Chime is able to hit a nice Blizzard, that could be the end of the fight right then and there. But Landon, they try to play aggressively, and instead Landon falls.
This is disastrous. However, Anyun is traded out. Both Baptiste no longer a part of this equation. Asher next wanted to go so desperately for Tree, sacrifices his own life, and then Chime to go in forward with it. But look at what Yamitra is doing in conjunction with X10. Look at how far away this bot is going from Susasnoo. Not where they wanted to go, not how it needed to go. And this may actually give Rift an advantage.
That's huge. I mean, getting the bots to move that far back, go to the middle of the map, it's gonna basically, I think, give you life here. I do think they're gonna get the immediate spawn open once again, yeah, because they already had that forward progress, but they are gonna be able to contest it at least before the lead changes over. So very heads up play, very smart to contest the objective there. And now X is just gonna go in with this overclock.
X10 has the perfect positioning up on the high ground, looking from down up above on their perch, but no heads are going to be lopped off just yet. But X10 is still in control of that high ground, and look at this dangerous position that Zera has found themselves swarmed on all sides by Rift. But even with the position that X10 was in, Tree is still going to be the one to capitalize on picks. One support for each team, but Susasnoo is going to suffer without CJ on their side, and the suffering is just going to be magnified tenfold. Infected is gone, and now Rift is tearing through the rest of Susasnoo like they are paper.
Hinted using a very aggressive Ant Matrix. They're trying to get the lead. They are doing everything they can to get the lead. They know if they give up the bot here, it's going to be very unlikely they get back. But instead, Landon falls, Zera falls, and with only 2 minutes, it's going to be getting a little bit desperate for the side of Susasnoo. Again, playing for their tournament lives here. They do have an overclock to work with, but running into Astronex with that Annihilation, they might just get overpowered.
You could try and rely on the barrier from CJ to see you through it, but the way that Astronex has been playing, this is going to be a dicey situation for Susasnoo, no matter how you cut and dice it. Literally a differential of less than 2 meters between Susasnoo and Rift, with Rift just barely being in the lead. An overclock, a hope, and a dream to bring this back into favor of Rift. But Rift, really, they don't even need to take this spot any further than where it is right now. Just waste as much time. We're looking at 1 minute. If Rift can waste as much as they can and win the team fight here, they're going to be setting themselves up nicely. Astronaut decides this is the moment to go for the annihilation, but Tree has the answer with the overclock. And my word, what an answer it was from Tree, and what a clapback from Susasnoo, stopping Rift right in their tracks, and more importantly, that valuable annihilation.
This is it. If they lose the next fight, it is done. It is dusted. Susasnoo, they would be eliminated. There will be no way for them to recontest this. And it is just on a knife's edge right now. The thing with CJ using that sound barrier, again, to counter the annihilation, it means they really don't have an answer now to this blizzard from Chime. So that could be the win condition they have, but Infected, they have the Annihilation Zera not too far off from a blizzard of their own. You can see how careful, how cautious they're playing this. They don't want to take a step too far forward and lose a member early on.
Any mistakes are going to be magnified tenfold. Chime needing to find a moment with that blizzard. It's going to go fourth. Infected's not going to be able to get out of there. The same thing has just happened with this overclock. Neither side has a tank, and so now it comes down to the efforts of the DPS players and the supports. But Zera is going to be the one to stand tall. Yamitra is gone. CJ now putting forth their own efforts, and Susasnoo down those 2 maps, but they are not out of here, taking their first map in this series starting now on Esperanza.
We have a series on our hands, the first match of the day, not to be a 3-0, and I mean, that would have been such a sad end to the day considering we missed the first 2 maps. We are kidding. At least a map for Susasnoo, battling back, battling when it mattered most. Tournament lives were at stake. It looks like they might lose it all. They might go home way earlier than expected, but they get it done just in the nick of time. They win that final fight out. And, I mean, that's got to feel good. It's not just that you stay alive, but it's like momentum is on your side now. Finally, you're able to pull out a win.
It was razor's edge the entire map, it felt like, for Susasnoo, until the very final moments that Rift kind of fumbled the ball at the very end. And it really did was just, it came down once both of the tanks were gone to what the DPS players can do and how they can bring this forward. A phenomenal performance from Susasnoo. And once again, this is like one of those moments where, man, I'm so sad that we missed out on those first 2 maps, especially when you look at the 3-2 scoreline between both of them, how close they were. What did we miss out on, Jag? If it was anything as exciting as Esperanza, I shed a tear for the possibilities.
I think this was going to be like, this would have been the most exciting series of the day. And I don't mean any offense to the other series. We had great plays, we had some amazing moments, but looking at the score lines, looking at what we just saw with our own eyes, 100% this would have been so exciting. And I bet it comes down to those last fights every single time. And it comes down to that one out player, that one mistake that a player makes, and that changes the whole course of how the map ends, how the series goes. But most importantly, it's not over yet. There's still a lifeline for Susasnoo. They have found a way to clutch out, but it's still, it's still going to be a lot more before they can actually advance. They still have to get 2 more maps, but this is the beginning of a reverse sweep.
It is, and I think it's actually a good time to take a look at the map pool, being that this is the first time that we are stepping into map number 4. And with this being Escort, right, we have Circuit Royale, Dorado, Route 66, and Watch Point Gibraltar. This is, for the first time in quite some time, the map choice of Rift. Actually, I think it is the first time this is going to be the map choice for Rift. Where they're wanting to go, right, and especially with what we've seen out of them, they like that brawly Ramatra style that we got out of Esperanza. Unfortunately, we didn't get to look at the first 2 maps of Suravasa and Blizzard World, but with how Rift was playing on Ramatra, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see something that works out similarly for them. When it comes to Escort, though, a lot of these maps have that high ground differential that you sort of see favored those dive compositions. I could see Route 66 being the map choice of Rift. That wouldn't surprise me, and especially with how we know that this team is able to play just in general. But again, it's just all up in the air at this point, Jack.
It is, and you were 100% right. This is going to be the first time Rift is choosing, because the first pick is by the seed that you had originally, and because Susasnoo is coming in as a higher seed, they got first pick, and they lost, 2 maps, so they got back-to-back picks there. So they've had actually 3 map picks in a row. Rift now gets to choose what they think is best. I think it's going to either be Route 66 or Circuit Royale. I think those are the maps that make the most sense. I mean, honestly, I feel like 3 of those maps are very dive-centric. Like Circuit Royale is kind of the outlier, and that's more of like a double sniper poke kind of comp. That's where you usually would see Sigma run, and then put a Hanzo and Widowmaker, maybe an Ashe, try to just like play at distance and get some headshots. It is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar though, so both of us are wrong. It happens. You know, we're not perfect, unfortunately. I wish I was, but in this scenario, definitely did not make the right prediction. Very, very curious. I feel like this is the most dive map out of the 3 that they could have chose between this, Dorado, and Route 66.
And that's what's going through my mind as well. And that's why I was like, okay, Watchpoint Gibraltar now going to enter into this conversation. This must be something that Rift feels very confident on. This must be something that Rift knows that they can manipulate when it comes to these dive style compositions. But we got to be careful when saying that, because guess what? In the last series, Timeless Obsidian chose Numbani, and what did they run almost the entire time? A brawl style composition with a brawly tank and relying on a pincer maneuver that just never came to fruition, right? Where they were being abused by the other team. Just LeftRightGnight was just manipulating them in such ways that it was kind of painful at certain points. And so hopefully here, something a little bit different. Watchpoint Gibraltar, it's been a long night for both of these teams. Starting to get a little tired, starting to get a little out there, but you know, Rift is still on that series point. They can still close it out here. This is by no means over for our good friend Susasnoo, who just won that previous map.
And this is really going to show like who is good at the game. And obviously all these players are incredibly talented. That's why they're here. That's why they've played at the highest level of Overwatch esports. But it's a lot easier when you're playing meta. It's a lot easier when you're playing what you practice constantly. It's a lot easier when it's in your hero pool. It's what you favor as a hero that you're playing. When it's a map like this where you kind of throw all of that out the window and you have to play maybe a comp you haven't practiced or a composition that's really not meta, you know, bring out the Winston, bring out the D.Va potentially, like that's when it's a whole new ball game, when you're really showing who at their core is just a better Overwatch player. Or they could default to, you know, what they know. There are ways to make it work. I think the big thing is you really need someone who can like get to the high ground. I think in the previous series we saw, you know, a D.Va, you know, maybe not the dive tank that you think of, probably Winston or Wrecking Ball, but D.Va's ability to like fly with her boosters just gives her such an advantage over Junker Queen in that matchup, because Junker Queen has to take the stairs like a pleb, unfortunately. Even with a shout, doesn't boost your speed, but isn't gonna let you fly away. So there's still potential where we just see something like that, but the high ground here is like insane. That's why I say it's like it's the dive map of all dive maps, because there's so much high ground. Like Spaceship Second Point, if you're not playing there, you're not doing the right thing. And like, how else do you get up there? You got to go all the way up around the stairs and then on boxes just to get on the wing. It's going to be very difficult. And it's not going to be just the brawl or matcha. It's going to be actual dive comps.
Jag, we are on map number 4. The first time, Susasnoo, their backs are still against the wall. By no means out of the woods just yet. Rift, if they win this map, they're going to be sending Susasnoo packing. And so chat, for everyone who's watching out there, both of these teams need your support. Let's get sound offs for whoever you're supporting, Susasnoo or Rift, because both of these teams are going to need it as the doors are about to open in what could be the final map of the night.
A little bit of a difference in the compositions. They're gonna try to use originally, I was gonna say they're gonna try to teleport to that kind of like high ground up there, but they immediately swap Zura back to the Tracer. But it's really just dive at its core, which I think is gonna make this really fun.
Oh my goodness. You never expect CJ, you never expect the Ana to be the one to grab the first blood, and especially not onto Astro next. Rift down their main tank, Rift down just their tank in general. Nowhere really left for them to stay in this forward position. Needs to back off and give up this space that Susasnoo is more than eager to take.
There's no cleanse. There's no Suzu, so that anti-nade, if it hits you, that biotic nade, you're just antied. Either you live to tell the tale and you run away, or you fall. And in this scenario, I think players are just used to getting that cleanse, you know, not having to actually worry about it for too long. But there, Astronex just jumps too deep, has no way to get out. And plays like that, you gotta be careful with this dive. If you overcommit, it can be very deadly.
And look at the active way that CJ plays this Ana. And then Zira is going to chew them alive. 2 kills before being finally brought to hill by Exton. but the damage had already been done. Rift collapsing like a house of cards.
Well, they are getting some really nice time right now on the side of Susasnoo. And CJ, I think, has to be the hero here. You can see is very close to ultimate, has the highest ult charge on the team. Just these anti-nades, these chaotic nades continue to anti the side of Rift. They can't be healed up, and they have got great target focus to make sure that they are able to get that person down, whoever is anti-naded.
These are unbelievable anti-nades, by the way, time and time again. Affected in the backline, brought down to sleep, but woken up, and this monkey is ready to start ripping and tearing all who dare approach into their line of sight. Susasnoo, it feels like in record time, on point A.
And this is so interesting too, because Susasnoo swapped roles for their support. CJ now playing more of the flex support, still a main healer, but Landon's gone more to the main support with the Briggs, so they've swapped who's actually dealing out most of the healing, and CJ's just been absolutely looking phenomenal despite that change.
Susasnoo has so much to work with here. Almost every single ultimate. They could run through Rift just like that. Astronex is going to get the nano boost on their side, but they're not finding any usage out of this. In fact, Landon is just going to go ahead and pop the rally, throwing out a quick pulse bomb. Nothing to be caught from that. A lot being expended from Susasnoo, and a lot that is going to be gained by the efforts once again of Infected on this Winston. It feels like Rift has no answer because they are being burned down by Susasnoo.
I really wish we saw those first two maps, because I don't know what happened, but that it seems like that last map has reignited a spark in Susasnoo. They have not stopped. They've lost maybe a member here or there, but they are winning these fights definitively, and they might just get this second point for free. It does look like there will be a last-second contest, but you can see already they're just pushing straight into the heart of Rift, and it forces them to pop the rally right away.
Again, Infected was slept, but someone wakes up the primal raging monkey. You think and you look at what Infected's doing, but Tree is dominating that scoreboard. Left all alone, but to try and stop the final few meterage, but their doppelganger in Zera has another word for them. Susasnoo, unstoppable.
4.5 minutes. That is a hefty time bank going into point 3. They are looking really, really good in the alt bank. So we're gonna have to take another pause here briefly. Is still looking not too bad for Susasnoo. I think the thing is, they have so much time to work with. They can lose a fight or two and still finish with about 3 minutes. It's one of those scenarios where I think, again, you're just trying to force out anything you can from Rift, trying to make them make mistakes, trying to get them to force ultimates if they feel pressured. Because anything to make the next, like, you can lose these 2 fights, and then the 3rd fight, that's the one you're really trying to win. And if you win one of these next 2 fights anyway, that's just icing on the cake.
I can't believe this from Susasnoo either. Ever since
It's the stream
map
diff.
started,
Now,
yeah, they just haven't stopped. They really haven't stopped. And then you put them on here, where we're watching them, where they have everyone eyes on them in the stream. Yeah, they're just like, all right, it's time to start performing now. Now we're serious. The credibility on the line, Jack. That's what's going on here. They can't falter when everyone's watching. That'd just be embarrassing.
I think the thing about this too, specifically, is like, again, we didn't see the first 2 maps. We were looking at the scoreline. They looked incredibly close. It could have been a scenario, well, maybe even if it was 3-2, like maybe there was a huge time bank for one team, etc., etc. But from the last map alone, that was last fight. That last fight determined that we got here. This so far has been a blowout, and this was the pick of Rift, and they are trying to do anything. They are clawing and try to get a fight win here or there. So far, they've lost every fight super decisively.
Yeah, they're just getting rolled. There's really no other way to describe it. Susasnoo has not gotten off of that payload. That payload has not stopped moving ever since they started the escort of it. It has been an unrealistic performance and something that just has my jaw dropped on the ground. I mean, they have over 4 minutes on the clock to get that payload to its final spot. 420, nice as a matter of fact. And they still have ultimates to work with. CJ has their nano boost, and Zera's gonna get a pulse bomb.
Yeah, again, I think you just want to try to get as much ultimates out of Rift right now, try to make them feel pressure, try to force them into bad positions. Because realistically, this probably isn't a fight you're gonna win just because Rift can out-ult you overall. They're gonna have 4 as soon as they get this last ultimate. But I mean, they just start off with the pulse bomb. That's a free kill into X10.
That looks so casual too. Can I be honest? It looked like they just
Drop it in the mailbox.
yeah, no, they're under no pressure. Just like, okay, like, here's a quick pulse bomb. Let me go ahead and throw that wide open. Same can't be said for Chime though. Tried their best, but fortunately that pulse bomb is gonna fizzle out just a smidge. Now we're gonna see Infected, emboldened by the power of that nano boost, but finally it's looking like some signs of life from Rift. Ooh, Exton. It was tied up in a bow and wrapped up right in front of them, just like that from Zira. For Rift, a small room to breathe for the first time on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
That's exactly what you want, though. Yes, Rift. Like, that's good that you actually are able to win a fight, burn some time off the clock. But I was saying that, Susasnoo, you just want to burn ultimates from Rift. Now, they had 4 ultimates going into that. Now they only have the one, the Primal Rage. They might be able to get a rally before all this is done. If they win this fight, they definitely get the rally up for the next one. But there's no guarantee. I mean, Tree, if they hit a nice Dragon Strike, are able to zone someone out, that could be the end of it all. And that could be the map being fully capped by Susasnoo.
Astronex still in a dicey spot, has to be careful, pulling the eject card before, guess what, Infected's gonna try and do the same thing. Oh, there's nowhere that Anyun could have gone. Instead, push right back into the waiting arms of Tree, eating them all alive. A Dragon Strike comes right in through the doors of the spawn room, and now looking towards so many different opportunities. Yamitra keeping the team alive and going inside of this rally, but once it goes away, Rift needs to find the upper hand, and it seems like it may be given to them on a silver platter once again by Exton to blow the doors wide open for Rift and push Susasnoo away.
A really nice anti-nade there by Anyun. We talked about CJ and his nades. This time we're going to see Anyun answer with one of her own. Again, more room to breathe, so this is huge now. They won the fight that they were going to win, but now that they've won the fight after that, now that they've been able to dwindle the ult bank on the other side, now that Susasnoo doesn't have a ton to work with themselves, they might be able to actually start getting a hold here.
Rift just needs to keep going. They have the ultimates to try and see them through this, but so does Susasnoo. It's basically almost similarities across the board. One more pulse bomb. Beautiful double kill. That's what we needed to see from Chime. That's what they're going to be delivering. And even the cherry on top is Exton having this nano boost, but I don't think they were expecting what Chime was able to do with that and expended that just as a safety net.
I think it was due to CJ using one of their cells. They used the nano as well during that onto Infected. So they were just trying to answer that, trying to stay alive, or trying to keep their own tank alive. Regardless, like, they're still at an ult advantage. That's the big thing. They're gonna get primal quicker. They have the overclock ready to go, and they have killed so much time. There was 4.5 minutes when this started. It's now down to 1. This is like last by territory potentially, depending on how long it ends up going.
Oh, and it just continues to get better and better for Rift. Tree eliminated, being that first blood in this team fight. Astronex keeping Susasnoo locked inside of that tiny room, but Exton had nowhere to go. The rally has been given, the rally expended, and finally for Susasnoo, it took some time for them to chew through Rift, but they are making it work. But they're not out of the woods just yet. They need to get rid of the last little bits of stragglers. You gotta give it to Rift here though, Jag. They burned almost 4 minutes off the clock.
That was an incredible hold. The fact that they held for that long was so well done, and they make a key mistake at the end. They get too confident. They go too far forward. The ultimates were on their side, but they just go too close to the attacker's spawn, and they run it down a little bit. Sometimes for the funny, sometimes for content. That time just seemed like an error in judgment. They overextended. They were too confident in what they were doing. They thought they could just out-ult. And then what happens? You get a very nice Primal Rage coming out from Infected that boops everyone away, is able to, I believe it gets X10 just in a room. And that's not where you want to be in a Primal Rage. They're just hitting you against a wall. There's nowhere you can go. You're stuck, and then you're dead. And they just snowball that into a point capture. They could have full held there. I think that's going to be the main thing. Like, if they played a little bit more disciplined, a little bit safer after getting those initial picks, they probably could have held out there and not given the full cap over. Now, they've got to get a full cap themselves if they want to stop this reverse sweep from continuing, or at least have a chance. Otherwise, we're going to map 5.
And again, it's just been the storyline of this entire series from map 1 to now. It's these close matchups that are down to the wire, that the scoreboard is not giving us the full story. But now Rift needs to meet Susasnoo going all of the way Otherwise, we got a full series on our hand, map number 5. And Susasnoo not being quite as bold with what we saw from Rift, and it's seeming to pay off a little bit better for them with having that sustainability of how far forward they can still stay up here in the time that they're burning off the clock.
Yeah, I gotta say, number 1 Winston tip, don't dive into an Ana who can nade you. It's not gonna end well for you if the whole team's gonna focus you down.
Yeah, Invicta's got that advice on lockdown, and they don't need to worry about this. It's just, again, though, Aniyun and these anti-nades, chef's kiss every single time, and the ways that it's used, because sometimes it's just good enough to scare off Rift from doing anything. Chime with a thread of health is their HP back. But Susasnoo is just holding this forward position so phenomenally well.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, this is going to be a much more difficult defense for Rift to break through than it was for Susasnoo with how that was played. Asterix jumped in, ends up falling. This time around, you're seeing them play a lot safer, just jumping up to high ground, getting all the heals back. It's like, hey, you're fine, I got you, I'm your Ana, you're good, no need to worry, building up my own nano. But now they can continue to, like, play this as the cart goes under this, like, archway. They can still contest it potentially from the high ground. They can try to back out and play it on the other side, or they're just going to try to... It's interesting because they have such good range, honestly, with the Hanzo and the Ana on the side of Susasnoo.
They're putting on a masterclass, Jag. Watch point Gibraltar, point A defense. Rift is all over the place in whatever decision they want to make, but they're not trying to contest this high ground against Susasnoo. They're not... It feels like they're kind of operating independently, and neither person on this team knows where they want to go just yet as a cohesive unit.
They're running out of time. They've already given up half their time bank. There's going to be a nano onto Infected and onto Asterix, so dueling nanos, which Winston can win out first. It looks like Infected can get the first elimination.
Oh, and it translates into another one. Asterix desperately once again on top of CJ and get rid of them, but instead all that is being offered up is the sacrificial Winston. Susasnoo is there. It's just theirs. This is what it's feeling like right now.
I mean, there is progress for Rift. They do get the cart underneath the underpass completely, so they could actually take some really nice high ground here, have the advantage of that blue box area, and just play off of there. But it's still going to be difficult. The time bank is just not on their side. That's the big thing. They don't have rally yet. They don't have overclock yet. The alt bank is not in their favor either, and that's going to be a really nice pulse bomb.
Again, it just happens more and more and more. Susasnoo putting forth this dominating masterclass on Watchpoint Gibraltar. 2 ultimates expended, Rift is gone.
This is looking more and more like a map 5 of every second that passes. And a full capture and a full hold, that is not what you want for Rift. Giving up the full point, not being able to get one yourself. I mean, for momentum, it just seems like the pendulum is completely swung. They're trying to make something happen with Astronex's Primal Rage. They're going to use the rally as well. They're committing everything here to try to get it done. They do get Tree.
They get Tree. Now looking towards whatever opening that they can get. Whatever crack in the window that they might be able to find. But now Landon has a rally of their own. Bring the troops back in. Susasnoo right in their faces, ripping away any hope, any dreams, anything that Rift could do to get this payload to that point A. No one left to survive, no one left to fight. And Jag, this is looking more and more like map number 5. And once overtime ticks away, that's exactly what we're going to be looking at.
A nice stick, but it does not matter much. That is going to be the full capture and the full hold from Susasnoo on Watchpoint Gibraltar, clawing their way back into this series. It started out as an 0-2 off stream, and ever since being on stream, they have made it even. It is going to that decisive and final map 5. We asked for it, we begged for it. We are going to be seeing control for this losers bracket matchup. One of these teams is going home.
I can't believe it. It's also crazy to say that this is the first time we're seeing control tonight, and we've been going for almost 4 hours. Susasnoo, Rift, the last chance, all cards on the table, Jag. This is what we've been wanting to see. This is what we were hoping for. No 3-0s here, not tonight. Both of these teams
Finally.
putting their heart on the line.
Our prayers from the Overwatch gods have been answered. No 3 Overwatch today, at least not in this elimination matchup, which makes it all the more intriguing, all the more dramatic. And I said it before, you know, there's so much tension and pressure that builds up if you're down 0-2 that we miss. But now we have seen the opposite happen. We've seen the reverse sweep start to boil, and now it is reaching its boiling point. I see the bubbles popping out into the air. It's match point. It's match point for everyone now. One of these teams is going to win this one out, and the other one is going to have to say goodbye to this tournament, unfortunately. The Barry Community Blast is going to be an end for them today.
This is what we wanted. This is what we needed to see to end the evening. And so I think now is another good opportunity to bring up the map pool once more, since this is the first time that we are getting control. Of course, it's control, so we have a good idea of what we're going to be seeing here for these maps. You get the control special of Lijiang Tower, but there's also Nepal to talk about. There's also Ilios, and of course the brand new map of Samoa. Different ways of playing out on what is going to be the final map of the evening. And so for Rift, again, being this map choice for themselves, what have we seen from them? What kind of flavors have we gotten? Well, the dive, I'm gonna be honest, Jag, definitely not as good as what Susasnoo puts forth. So what are they gonna be thinking of when it comes to their map choice? And hey, well, it's going to be something new. We are going to Samoa, the brand new map in Overwatch 2.
You know, if we had been able to talk about this more before we found out the map pick, I would have said, oh, there's no way it's Samoa. Teams have not practiced this as much, even if it's in the map pool. Like, you want to go the tried and true. Nope. They want to go to the newest map in the game, and this is going to be quite an interesting one. Again, this was the choice of Rift, and I have to question it once again. I feel like most of these points are pretty brawly. They're pretty close corridor for the most part. It doesn't feels like the only submap that I can really think of is downtown, where there's a lot more kind of like stuff on the side. There's a lot of high ground you can contest. You know, a lot of the time you're actually rotating through the side, but specifically like Volcano, that one is just like you're basically running at it the entire time. That point is just like right in the middle, and you're trying to play around natural cover. But other than that, you are not gonna be doing anything besides full sprinting it, fully pressing W into your enemy. But I believe this is downtown. We're gonna see in a moment. I'm honestly, this is
Samoa's just a beautiful map also on top of that. Yes.
It is downtown.
Okay.
Yeah, one for Jack, but it is a very beautiful map. Seeing it debut live at the Overwatch League Grand Finals is a very cool moment. Now we get to see these two teams fight to the death here on it as well.
Yeah, this is it for Rift and Susasnoo. No second chances. There's no more other map. Everything.
There's nowhere to hide.
Rift or Susasnoo. Who is going to be going home and who is continuing their run through in the lower bracket? It's all starting off on the first sub map of downtown. And again, we're seeing Ramatra, eerily familiar to what happened on Esperanza.
Yeah, this is a mirror matchup. We have to remember that Susasnoo, they won it, but this time you see the speed. They speed immediately onto Land, who gets caught out, and that's a huge advantage for Rift right off the get-go.
And they're even taking this to make sure that they're positioning in a way that they can come out the victor of this fight. Susasnoo got so close to capturing the point. This is going to be huge for Rift because now they don't have that in the back of their mind that Rift or Susasnoo is ticking up on the scoreboard. And this is just lining up one after another for Rift. The last map, Watchpoint Gibraltar, it may have been a massive stumble for them, but they are riding the ship just like that.
That rotation pays off dividends. I said before, like, this is the one map where you're trying to run around the side, trying to catch people off, and they do it to perfection. They catch out Landon, who is the main healer in this composition. That gets rid of most of your sustain on the side of Susasnoo, and now they're going to try to find a way back in, but the door might have been shut on them very early on. You can see how much spam, how much poke they're taking, and then as a tempo tank that Ramatra is, once they find the go button, they're going to go into a Nemesis form and just try to pummel someone into the ground.
And look how close Astronex is to the annihilation. Rift about to be in a lot of happy situations with these ultimates, and then even happier, smiling from ear to ear, is Xtin because Tree's gone. There's nothing left here with that sustainable damage coming out. And so this gives Astronex the opportunity to continue to push forward. Susasnoo's going to try and answer back with the Amplification Matrix and also give Infected some more of that breathing room, but Susasnoo is not going any further than that.
See any encounter with their own Amp Matrix that creates space for both teams to kind of back up and reset. But you see that in the back, the members from the side of Susasnoo, they are getting pushed right, left, right, and center. They are being completely separated, and they're going to be taken out first.
Exton is locked in. 2 kills to start off this next team fight, and what we're looking at so far is just a loss of Anyun. But Infected inside of that Annihilation is not going to do them any favors at all. Rift is coming back swinging on the final map of Samoa.
The biggest upset of the tournament might still be happening. This could be 100-0 on the first sub-map of Samoa. Susasnoo, they've got to find a way back in. They do have a slight ultimate advantage, but Yamitra very keenly still has that sound barrier. They could sustain through a blizzard that's thrown out. Exton going to be the one to use their ultimate first. Actually, they're going to be using the sound barrier in tandem with the overclock, and that's 2.
Wait. Exton is just taking them apart piece by piece. Unstoppable. Everything on the shoulders of Exton, and they have gotten rid of Susasnoo. Every single final blow to them. Rift takes sub-map number 1, 100-0.
Momentum is the name of the game. We thought it was on Susasnoo's side after that brilliant performance in Watch Play Gibraltar, but Rift answers back. They are not going to get reverse swept. Not today. 100-0 on the first sub-map. As we go to Beach, it's a beautiful view, but it might be the graveyard of Susasnoo if they can't answer back. It looks like they had the advantage on Esperanza when we got to see them finally bring out that mirror matchup previously with these 2 identical comps. But Rift, they strike first here on Samoa, and they might be looking to strike here again and just end the series right here, right now.
All right. Rift up 1 on the final map of Samoa. And not only just up 1, a dominating fashion that they took that previous control point. Is this going to be a beachside vacation for Rift, though, is the question, or is Susasnoo going to be the one to take us all of the way? And again, we're seeing Exton trying to take these positions. They have just full sidelines. They are not messing around anymore. Exton taking what they did in the previous submap and translating it just as easily here onto Beach. Landon is gone, Infected in such a scary position. Look how low they are relying on this Lucio healing to see them through, popping the Nemesis Swarm, but that ain't gonna do nothing for them. Susasnoo has been swept away. Rift now in control.
And being punished for his position again, but this time he was in a much safer spot. It was just the off angle taken by Tree that helped whittle him down with that fully charged railgun shot. Susasnoo again on the outside looking in, and Rift's taking a very aggressive forward positioning. They aren't just holding the point, they're trying to take the high ground away from Susasnoo and not let them take it for free. Can take that bridge. They're looking really, really good. Chime in particular, very close to that blizzard.
It's another moment. Zera. Looked like things were going scary. Bailed out these 2 Lucios with each other. Exton and Zera. Both of the teams down a DPS. Now we're looking back and seeing that Susasnoo are the ones who are pressured. The ones who have everything to prove against Rift right now. The number 3 seed struggling against the number 10, as it seems like Rift just has every single answer to this composition. Both of the sound barriers now being expended for Susasnoo, the one holding onto it for just a smidge longer. And now we have both of the Ramantras with their annihilations ready to go. Infected being the first one to use it, but now we're seeing picks still across the board. Trades are happening and a beautiful ice wall to try and save Astronex. But the annihilation is still going to be there for Susasnoo. And for the first time in this sub-map, they are going to push away Rift, but not before they got to 71%, Jag.
But the good news for Susasnoo is that even if they lose another fight, it's not over. They will at least get one more chance to recontest. And keeping that in mind, they have to be really careful about their ult bank. They do have a slight advantage right now with both DPS ultimates online, but Rift going to build up theirs. If they can win a dry fight, that's like perfection. If you can win without committing anything, but at best, you can only use one here. You need to have something left in the tank for the future fights because you have a long way to go. But Zera ends up getting caught out before they even have a chance, and it's gonna force out the other one, and they fall too.
X10! They saw Tree with that overclock and said, no, thank you, not today. And now an easy target, maybe on Landon. They still have some fight and some bite to go, but it doesn't really matter. Just regroup with the team and hold down for what is coming up to be the final team fight, Jag.
That's disaster. That's the worst possible scenario. They could have won that, but I can see the desperation. I can feel it. They're trying to make these hero plays when they don't have to. They just have to play safe, play smart. And instead, they are overextending. They're going way too far forward, way too close to the sun, just like Icarus, and they might burn out Bright because, like you said, last fight scenario, and Zura dies again. The Blizzard does get out, but does it find anyone? I don't think so.
Now, the beach sun is proving too warm here. Rift is staying alive through it, and the Reaper themselves, they're playing Sojourn, but X10 is on another level. No one can stand in their way. Chime to enter into this conversation as well. And against all odds, against all ideations of grandeur, Rift has done it in a 5-map series. 2-0 here on Samoa.
Defying the odds, defying the expectations that I believe anyone had going into this tournament. Rift has taken down Susasnoo, the biggest upset to date in this tournament, sending them home. Rift keeping their own tournament lives alive. They almost get reverse swept. They almost run out of steam, but when it matters most, they power through, they persevere, and they strike back in the most just incredible way here. A 2-0 victory on Samoa to send one of the tournament favorites packing. It was the series we wanted. It was the series we dreamed of, and it's just so unfortunate we didn't get to see the whole thing. But what we did get to see, wow, was such a fun time to watch.
This was Overwatch in its best form, and I could not believe that the final 2 maps were sweeps like this from both sides, right? From both teams giving us that action. And especially when you consider that the first 3 maps were neck and neck literally every single step of the way. But it all ended like this. The David Goliath story is true. Rift stops the reverse sweep. Rift moves on in the lower bracket, and Rift defies all expectations. What a phenomenal showing from them. What a phenomenal showing from Susasnoo. Really, this is the kind of moments that when you're looking towards what OWCS is going to be, you look back during these times and like, all right, this is where everything is starting to form. Chat, we're not done just yet, because we still have an interview to go through, and this is not one that you want to miss with the winners of Rift. We'll be right back. Jag, a 5-map series could not be contained to just one interviewee. No. We have to go even further beyond and grab 2 people to interview from the winning team Rift. We have Aniyun and Yamitra, the support dream team that helped to support Rift to their to the 5-map banger victory that they just had over Susasnoo. So, Yamitra, Aniyun, how are you 2 feeling? I mean, you shaking, excited, nerves? Give it to us all.
Bro,
My hands are numb.
my hands
My
are
palms are sweaty.
My palms are sweaty. My legs are not feeling. My head feels numb. But in the game, we were all dialed in, bro. You don't understand.
Listen, I 100% can totally agree with that. And so, yeah, this is actually going to be my first question to the both of you. All right, your map number 4, Gibraltar. All right, let's be real here for a second. That was a little messy coming out of Rift. What happened in Samoa, though? Did you guys just like all lock in and we're ready to go and like, all right, we need to win here and now?
So, do you want me to go? Okay.
No, you
so
talk,
I think there's that, but also we practiced a lot on Samoa, so I think we were pretty confident going in. And then there wasn't really much else to do besides trust our teammates. Just, I don't know. Yeah.
We came in with not necessarily a plan, but just to talk to each other and be like, this is what I want to do. This is how we're gonna do it. There's really no plan moving forward because in the first 2 maps, I heard that you guys the games were recorded, but basically the first 2 maps we were playing the same composition, and we just felt like, okay, Samoa, we could do the same thing over and over again, and that's what happened. And we 200 them in the map score, and it worked out really, really well in our advantage. So.
Yeah, so unfortunately, as we told you guys before this interview started, we did not get to see the first 2 maps. So we would love if you could give us a little just summary of how those maps went. We do know you started off with a 2-0 lead, but just kind of like any little summary of how those went to get you to that lead would be great.
At the first map, we were definitely like pretty like nervous because from our last game though, we went out 0-2 really badly. Like it was not, and this coming against this match against a team who we thought were like really good, we were definitely nervous in the first map. But we won I think a 3-2, right, Annie? A 3-2.
Yeah.
A 3-2, which helped boost our confidence, and then it kept snowballing into Blizzard World, in which like we were very dialed in. We're like, our Chime and me were just amping together. When X10 wanted Sojournaut, we're all in for our Sojournaut. May also were really good. Like we were just clicking like instantly. Like and then all of a sudden we were just 2-0 up. Wow, we're just up 2-0. That's crazy.
And we don't have to dwell too much on what happened after that. You still won. That's what matters. You're able to, persevere at the end of the day. But how does it feel to be Giant Slayers? This is the really only upset that we've had so far, and it's a huge upset. You were the number 10 seed coming in. They were number 3. This is a huge David and Goliath story. It must feel incredible to be able to take down a team that had such a, huge promise and huge expectation of them.
Bro, for the past year, we've been like an 8th place team for a while, and like I think one thing about this match that shows is that we are definitely better than an 8th place team, or at least, all right,
Absolutely.
And I hope that in this tournament we keep on going strong, we keep on proving to everyone and to ourselves that we're better than this. Me and Chime, Astronix, we've been teammates for a whole year, bro, whole year. We've been we've been ditch and grinding in the mud. We got arguments. We had bad metas. We were arguing all the time, and then this tournament, we wanted to show to the community and to us that we are better than this. And against this team with like big giants like Landon, with Tree, with CJ, with Zera, these are really good players, and we showed to them that we could beat them, and we did. That shows to us the confidence that we need, and I'm really happy with that. So, sorry.
I'm sorry, you're just like exuding so much passion right now that it's getting me fired up. I'm ready to go out there and take on the world now.
I need to let that one out.
Bro, you don't understand, bro. Our comms were like dialed. No, you don't. Okay.
That was probably like the most like in sync we've ever played.
I agree.
It was very satisfying.
It was very satisfying to watch as well, and especially when we got to Samoa. It was just like a team that was on a mission. I mean, and on the back to all of you, especially what we saw out of X10. It was just like the cherry on top for that first sub map of what we saw out of everything that was going on there. And so, hey, guess what? OWCS, that's something that's on the horizon. I want to get the feelings. I want to put out some feelers for this team and how they're looking forward towards this new horizon of Overwatch esports.
I mean,
Honestly, we're not very sure.
right now we're trying to win Berry Blast
Yeah,
right now.
we're just focusing on this.
Yeah, like to be fair, yeah, that's too far. Like what, 2 months? Like we figure that stuff later.
Okay, yeah, okay, one thing at a time. I love that. That's a good attitude to have, and something that I think is going to carry you guys through a lot of different scenarios. But hey, big congratulations once again to Rift on being able to win the series 3-2 against the Giants Susasnoo. So to you, Eniun, and you, Mitra, we'll start off with you, Eniun. Any shout-outs that you want to give?
Thanks to my friends. Thanks to Cap for coaching us. He's a big help, our coach. Thanks to Travi. Oh, sorry, Mitra, for the comms. You're awesome. Awesome support too.
Got you.
We love the little claps in the background. And now you, Mitra, for yourself.
I want to shout out to all of Rift for staying together for a whole year. Astronex, me, Chime, we've been in the download for a very long time, you know, and it's crazy how we still been teammates despite having all these horrible results in like the past year. I like to shout out to Cap for helping coaching us, especially with our brawl with our Ram. He has been a very grateful help, and I think that if any team is looking to get coaching from Cap, he's one of the best coaches I have ever played with. I like to shout out to the Rift staff for being there for us, especially Orzo and Debit. New managers came in, and I like to shout out to the Wisp people for being there for us with helping us with like our scrims and stuff. I'm very happy with how everything is. I'm very happy with all the people who helped us.
Listen, and especially after tonight, I'm sure that happiness level is just reaching into meteoric heights. Again, Mitra, Eniun, congratulations on your victory here for Rift 3-2 against Susasnoo. We're very excited to see how this team is going to progress throughout the rest of the Barry Community Blast Encore tournament. Hey, we still got 2 more days to go, and I'd love to see how far this team will be able to take it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
And Jag, well, it's been a long evening for ourselves, but we have finally reached the end of the road. And so now it's time to get some of your thoughts on what has unfolded throughout all tonight.
I mean, that upset from Rift completely changes the dynamic, I think, of this tournament. We had kind of our favorites going into it. I think Timeless was the #1 team. Then they ended up forfeiting, and it's like, all right, well, this feels a lot more wide open now. It's probably going to be Amplify. It's probably going to be Susasnoo who are contesting at the top. Susasnoo, they're gone too now. Rift, they could make this a miracle lower bracket run all the way to grand finals. You saw, or you heard from them, they were getting confident. They were able to take that first map, and they were able to run with it. And even though they almost got reverse swept, they did not let them deter you. And that's the mentality of a champion. That is how you win. Even when you're down, you're not out. Being able to bring that back after how it went, incredible stuff. I honestly, I definitely think Amplify is still one of the teams to look for, but this feels like a whole new ballgame. This feels like anyone could win this tournament who's still in it.
Barry Community Blast Encore, you can only get it from here. And I think the full bracket is going to be able to tell the stories as well of what's been going on, and a nice review of what we are going to be expecting stepping into the next couple of days. Sitting at the semifinals are going to be Starburst and LeftRightGnight. The other side, we have Amplify and Samsara. I do believe, if I can find our lower bracket, we did just have the victors, of course, Rift taking it on there. It looks like Strix P's and Q's are sitting at 2-2. Bonsai Buddies, obviously, getting to move on in that lower bracket. Look at that. There we go. Oh, beautiful. And Pirates and Pyjamas now 2-0 against Timeless Obsidian. So what an evening. What a night, Jag, that we've had.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm sad we're not going to be here tomorrow, but I think we're going to have some amazing casters going to be casting throughout the rest of the day for Saturday. Astrovok as well as Lightro is going to be taking over for us, so they're going to be doing an amazing job. And we're going to be back on Sunday for those grand finals. I'm super pumped for that. I can't wait to see who is able to make it through, because I mean, there's so many potential possibilities. Honestly, it feels like, I know I've said it, and I feel like a broken record. This is anyone's game, really. I just think it's whatever team shows up.
Yeah, we kind of had an idea of who was going to be in the grand finals. I felt like I did anyways, but now that's all just been thrown out. Throw that out the window, and you're like, all right, who's it going to be now? It could literally be any one of these amazing teams that are still in this fight. So if you have not already done so, make sure to hit the follow button on this Twitch channel, so that way you will get notifications when we go live tomorrow. Make sure to go and check out the socials as well. We have a Twitter, an X account that you can go and also get the notifications for as well. And as you can see here on the banner below us, the Barry Community Blast Encore tournament continues tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, where Ashervok and Light Rose will be guiding you through all of the amazing games. From myself, Sam Talks, and Jag, we thank you all so much for watching tonight. And of course, a big shout out to our production staff behind the scenes who have made this as beautiful as it is. A big thank you to all of them. And we will see all of you tomorrow.